Alright, so last we left off, the Champions of Iron had made their way off of oh lordy loo, what the hell is the name of the continent? Hemlin.
Yeah.
Y'all made your way off of Hemlin finally after dealing with both the nymph and the mad mage in his tower. You all made your way towards the island of Yahaha, Lufir's home, quote unquote, where he spent a very short amount of his young elven years. You all arrive and made your way to the ruinous location of Yahaha, and as you began to explore, the years pulled away, revealing a looping day, the final day of Yahaha. You have now met up with Vendelius de Alestre, the person Lufir was meant to find, supposedly. He has offered you guys a magical place for your rest while you are here on the island, and he's also offered you all whatever assistance he can provide, and if you manage to find anything of interest to him, he has offered you payment through magic items, spells, knowledge that he has. Thus far, you guys have spent about 3 to 4 days here, and lots of reading through his library, studying your own languages and tools, and let's see, you guys are just now waking up after another long rest. The previous day was mostly spent doing some downtime stuff, but the day before, you all ventured into Yahaha and encountered a group of undead led by a Bodak. Unfortunately, Vendelius does not have any particularly useful information about Bodaks, as he's never really encountered any in his lifetime, and Lufir could not manage to pull much information from his own memory. So, we pick up, you're all well rested, and you arrive in the dining hall. Vendelius is already at the table, as per usual. As you guys arrive, he's drinking tea and finishing out whatever small amount of breakfast he's eating, and the same array of foods is brought for breakfast. Various meats, eggs, some breads, a bunch of pastries.
Hey, Nate.
Yep.
How am I feeling now that I wake up this morning, considering certain physical amalgamations? Am I still feeling like okay?
Yeah.
Or...
You
okay.
still feel fine. You're, as a GM and as character Vendelius, your mind is making up for the lack of strength within your body.
Alright,
the
I just
marks,
wanted to make sure
the same black veins are still present, but your mind's picking up your body's slack. Whether or not that'll have implications throughout the coming days remains to be seen.
Okay. I'm just keeping an eye on that, especially since I had that conversation with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Lorelei, now
Yes?
that you are here with us this week, you've basically spent the better part of the past 4 days bugging the ever-living hell out of Vendelius to explain what this place is and how you can learn to do it.
Yay!
He is thoroughly annoyed with you.
I'm sure he is.
And in record time.
Yep. Well, I don't know about record. I feel like she could annoy someone much faster, but...
I mean, she already has.
That's our current
She
record.
has more than once.
But
Anyways.
yeah, you guys are free to do as you will for the day. This
Well-
is open and available for questions if necessary.
Considering what we know, do we have a plan? I mean, I have some help in the form of that little potion I brought from the pond.
Which someone will
Sure.
need to drink within the first couple of hours of you guys having waken up.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking now if
About drinking
what our
rare
plan is.
things? What about drinking rare and mysterious things that could kill us?
Kill
no.
you.
Man,
The potion's not gonna kill you. It might taste funny considering it's from a corpse flower, but it's not gonna kill you. Like
I guess,
all good medicines, it'll taste disgusting, but it'll be very, very, very beneficial to you.
I assume it's gonna taste like cough drops.
Is it grape
Maybe?
flavored?
I don't know. I haven't tried it myself. Wait, actually, wait. Did I? Did I?
I'm sure you have.
I did.
I feel like you would have had to at least once.
I'm trying to remember.
Have
if I
you
did
ever
and I might
tried the corpse flower stuff? I do not believe you have.
have. Okay, never mind then. So no, I have not.
There was never
Then-
really any need for you to.
Yeah. Gray delves in, Mardia delves in her subconscious, while Gray is asking the DM, did I? Yeah. No, I've never tried it, but I'm promised that it should be beneficial to you guys. So the nymphs have no reason to lie to me.
I mean,
I'll be your test subject.
I mean,
Alright.
you do go down a lot, so you probably should take this.
Drink, 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 drink.
And I'll hand Abyss the potion. I mean, that's why you were coming. You were the one coming with me yesterday, anyways.
So we'll get the fuse bucket ready.
Granted, I didn't know that I could just take the potion and bring it with me, but
Doesn't last
Now
very
I do
long, but
know.
yeah.
no, it doesn't. But meh. Still better I went with somebody rather than by myself, especially with the time fuckery.
Interesting note. You may want to consider your pouch.
My pouch. Which pouch? My brain is blanking as I'm looking through my stuff.
This pouch preserves magical food stored within it for up to 2 weeks.
Oh. Does that
Oh.
include that potion or no? 'Cause I was just going
It
to fill it with
includes
goodberries.
things created by Goodberry, Create Food and Water, and in this instance, it won't preserve it as well because it's not food, but it'll keep it from spoiling for probably about a day, honestly.
Oh, okay. So if I wanted to
Due
like,
to the
save
nature of what the corpse flower is, it kind of gelatinizes at some point.
fair.
So you'd need a
Considering what it is.
bag of colding to keep it truly preserved, but it'll
Okay.
help it survive an extra day if necessary.
If
Do
need
we
be.
still have our thing?
Which thing? The potion?
The bag of colding?
You don't have one.
No.
Fuck, that was only
Yeah.
with the other guy.
We got a bag of holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a bag of holding, and then
Yes,
I have
Devlin
my pouch.
has a bag of colding, but
Devlin was his name.
okay. And when I asked Lorelei what the price for sparing his life was, she did not ask for anything, because he also had a quiver of I forget the name of it, the one that has multiple slots and holds a fuck ton of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Just to clarify with you, Nate, I am looking at the pouch of preservation. It doesn't say how much it can hold. I think it can hold at least one full, 10
One
good
casting,
berries.
one casting of Create Food and Water. 20 good berries.
20 good berries? Okay.
One or the other.
One or the other. Okay.
And it's currently holding 20 good berries.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
Mine's just loading. It's just
Hers is just loading.
I suppose I'll be spending my day learning dancing.
Well, is that what you want to spend your day, or do we want to go back out there?
Is it worth going back out there, do you think? Be attacked again?
I mean,
You said you wanted to finish trying to follow your mother, and then you also wanted to be there at night when the attack begins.
Alright, let's go back out then.
all we have to do is just maybe avoid that.
The park.
Yeah.
That's
Was
where
it a
the mother
park or a
went, though.
graveyard?
It was a park.
It was
Yeah,
a park. Yeah.
There is no graveyard in Yahaha.
And maybe, I don't know, let me see. Do we have ways to sneak around?
I'm sure we have. Was it the pass
Yes, I do.
I was going to say, the entirety of Yahaha, well, not all of it, almost entirety of Yahaha is fucking overcast, so Valeria has advantage on stealth checks the whole time.
Yeah, Valeria's fine.
Skulker.
Aren't I
Skulker
using the
rogue.
shadow armor?
Yeah, so you also have advantage.
Yeah. I've yet to use that ability.
Yeah, you guys kind of forget about your magic items all the damn time.
I try not to, but I don't have much that'll help me right now. Yeah, I have the dragon breath ammo, but I'm waiting for, like,
An emergency.
the ultimate emergency for that, since they get used up. And I
The
have,
oh
like,
shit
2
of oh shit
those.
moments.
Yeah, pretty much.
Most magical ammo gets used up.
I know, it sucks.
Do we
So I
need
would
anything
love.
from me?
Do we need any what?
Do they need anything from me? Like, I don't.
Well, do
exactly
you have spells that might help us sneak around? Because the issue is, we went through the park to follow Lufir's mom, and that's where we found all the undead. We're probably gonna want to sneak around, because even if the Bodak didn't get reincarnated, like, immediately, there could be other undead in there that we don't want to fuck with until we know about what more is going on. At least that's my thought.
Yeah, well, we can try and sneak around and visit the park, I guess. At least
I
go to the
agree.
town. I do want to be in town when the attack happens.
Yeah.
Well, let
Lord
us
knows
go
our
then.
group does not have advantages with undead.
Well,
Unfortunately.
fire.
No, yeah.
That's not an advantage.
Yeah, remember
Undead
the
are
cave?
not weak to fire.
I mean, fire
Mhm.
takes pretty much anything out.
You,
Burn it-
no.
burn it.
It is the
Salamanders.
most resisted damage type, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. As someone who's played a draconic sorcerer that, focused on fire, yeah, it's annoying. This is why
Yeah.
you take Elemental Adept.
Let's go to town, I guess.
Alright. Due to your keen mind and excellent observation skills, you managed to get your group back to Yahaha in a shorter span than the previous trip.
And
Learning.
before we leave, Abyss probably should drink the potion.
Alright, Abyss, you drinking it?
Yeah.
Cool. I definitely need you to make a con save.
Oh! This
worry,
is
I
not in
got
my
this.
notes.
Cool. Alright.
Okay, cool,
So,
fine.
first thing that hits you, Abyss, is the smell. As someone who's probably lived in the wild for a sizable amount of your lifetime, you're used to the scent of blood. But this reeks of humanoid blood, and as you drink it, it has the consistency of congealing human blood. And it tastes just as rotten. But you manage to stomach it, and you get it down, and Greg can now tell you the benefits.
So, there's only 2 benefits so far that it has that is in my notes, and Nate can correct me if need be. It is that you gain water breathing, like I do, and you can re-roll 1 death save. Yeah. So if, like, say you roll that 1 when you're already at a death 1 failure, you can re-roll that.
So you get 1 luck point to use specifically on a death save.
Yeah.
For the
And
day.
there are no other abilities?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. I only had those 2.
And you
written down.
can breathe water for a period of 10 minutes, and then it takes a minute to recharge, but it's endless. Although I don't see you guys needing to breathe any water anytime soon.
You never know.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
water breathing
especially
like
with our
I
group.
can. Gotcha. Wait a minute.
The corpse flower is sort of an extension of your abilities. That's how it functions. So people who partake of the corpse flower get a portion of your ability, as
Okay.
granted by your connection to the glade.
Yeah. Okay, I thought I could just breathe underwater indefinitely, but I guess I'm still at that. I can only do it for 10 minutes at a time. Okay.
I mean, it's still useful.
Oh yeah, no, it's still very useful. Especially when I can cast water breathing on the rest of you lot, but that only lasts for 8 hours?
Just be a dolphin again.
Only 8 hours.
Yeah. Only 8 hours.
Only. So useless.
Man,
Alright.
who knows? Maybe you'll discover a city under the sea and you need to go down there for several hours.
Why does that sound
Again.
familiar?
Again.
And then miss out on all of the fun stuff except for the one fucking pair of gloves that has 1 in 20 chance to give you a wish, and then you use it to wish for a boat.
Wish for a new ship.
At that time, it seemed useful.
It did. It did cause us a lot of problems, though. Because then we had to get a whole new crew, or a whole more crew, because it was an even bigger ship than we used to have.
A fucking man of war.
Yeah.
Could I
like that song.
specifically ask for like an elven ship, a wing ship?
You could have.
Could have, but didn't, so here we are.
I didn't know about it.
You
Okay.
guys,
And now you
you
do.
guys had encountered one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Moving along. So yeah,
go ahead
Abyss
and-
can breathe underwater and reroll a death save.
Yay.
And Lorelei can't do any of that stuff.
It's only until her next long rest.
Alright, to Yaha. Yahi.
Yeah.
Don't worry, next time I can bring one of the rest of you to my grove.
Whenever we're done here and we go back, I would like to talk to, hang on. Brain.
Looking at your notes.
Oh no, I'm trying to remember, but it's not. Player.
Delius?
Yes, I was actually just looking at his name. Okay, I would talk to him and ask about my father's order, what he knows about it.
Circle of Claws, alright.
Because I'm now interested in knowing if there's a connection between them and an outsider group that would be involved in the goings on in Yahaha. So we'll find out.
Find out.
That we will.
What did you guys think would be a good place to hold up for the night?
You mean after the fight?
Well, during the fight, after. We're going to be here for a while.
Lorelei's with you now.
Yeah.
Make
we
the
could
bubble.
just
We're doomed.
Make the bubble, yeah. I mean, probably just in case things disappear at the stroke of midnight and then reappear sometime. I don't know.
The-
Old fairy tales, they're weird. Probably not someplace high. 'Cause
Yeah. Well, but we can
again,
just
it'll
we can
disappear.
we can just post up in the middle of town.
You want to post up in the middle of the town, in the middle. How long did the attack last? Do you know?
No?
No, he was knocked unconscious pretty much right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So there's a chance it could have gone on for hours.
They're usually, pillaging and destroying, raising a town usually lasts a couple hours.
Yeah, so we don't know how
But-
long it would have lasted.
We need to see its entirety to know what happened after.
Yeah.
How long did it take for the undead to fester? Or was it immediate?
Also, we don't know when this resets, do we?
We don't.
Like what
If
time
it does
of the
reset
day?
at all, nothing might change. We don't know. Oh,
Wait, I'm meaning them because the events of that day are playing over and over again, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm meaning is what time in the day does it reset?
Well, I'm saying it might just end. Like the attack happens.
What she's
and
saying is it has to reset at some point because it keeps looping.
Yeah.
So there, there needs to be the point where it turns over and starts to
I'm
play
assuming
again.
sunrise, at least around dawn.
You broke character right there, Chris.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I mean, sure, maybe at sunrise or potentially at, midnight, but depending on which fairy tale you're listening to.
I mean, the
That's
only
when
way I'm
spooky
going to
stuff
figure
happens.
it out is to do it. So
Yeah,
do it.
I'm just saying let's probably be prepared, just in case.
So, Lorelai, with the bubble.
What?
Well,
The bubble.
aren't we
If
following...
she's making a bubble, then she'll have to stay there.
Yeah,
Oh, I meant.
I don't think we need the bubble yet.
I was just asking if she could do it tonight.
Yeah, it's still midday.
It's not even noon
I
yet.
was about to say, I thought it was still morning.
Yeah, so early in the morning.
You guys would have woken up pretty early today, so like 7 in the morning-ish. Finish breakfast by like 8, and then it takes you about 2 hours to get back to town. So it's still like 10.
Nate,
Yeah.
can I interact with things in the illusion?
Generally, whenever you guys attempt to, touch an object that's no longer there, your hand just kind of passes through.
Okay.
You guys haven't really tried to test the extent of that. Just
Okay.
buildings seem to be permanent, even if they aren't there anymore.
I would like to go to my father's room and just kind of see if I can poke around papers, notes, if I can
Okay.
find anything.
This
There
early in the
was that
morning,
box.
no one would be home.
There was that box that I gave you from your room.
Yeah, that was my stuff though. I'm talking about for
Just
my
in
dad.
general.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll me investigation, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, you start pouring through the room, and the bed isn't real. The dresser's not real. Pour through the closet, and the clothes aren't real. It seems most of your home did not survive the attack, and as you're trying to find any semblance of what is still here, you're not finding anything, and not in your parents' room. Even then, in your room, all that seemed to survive the fire was the bed frame and that chest that was, or the box that was very burned.
Is this, I'm assuming Yaha has a library? Of some sort?
They're not so much a library as the school would be the
Yeah.
center place of knowledge.
That wouldn't have anything I'm looking for. Bless you. I would just suggest to the team that we walk around a little bit, they take in the sights and pass time until the attack happens.
Okay.
I mean, there's really not else we can do in Yaha right now until that time. We tried following Mom and took us to the park.
Well, that's
You
why
haven't
we
seen what
sneak
she did
through.
after that, because you guys left immediately after the fight.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, can we sneak through? Because we
I
know
mean,
something happened. Something's there in the park, but maybe we can sneak past things.
We can try it. We can all, let's give it a try.
Now, question. Just to be agreeance on, do we fight whatever's there, or do we run like hell if we catch anything's attention?
On a
I am
personal
all for
level?
running like hell.
Yeah, on a personal level, I'd rather not get my ass kicked again.
Same. I really don't need any more of these veins.
Yeah. Yeah, I suggest we try and sneak through as best we can.
Alright, everybody roll stealth then.
Well, I time to roll.
Oh, now I get a good roll.
beforehand?
You have advantage, so does Valeria.
I don't think I need it.
What the fuck?
Too bad you don't have reliable talent yet.
Okay. And Rachicha's on me, so he doesn't have to roll.
Alright, so let's see. Group check. That would be Average of 17. Pretty good.
Hopefully it's just enough, though.
Alright, you guys keep yourselves... How exactly do you intend to disguise yourselves as you go through this illusion?
Walking bush? I'm saying that mostly jokingly, but not that much joking.
I was just gonna try and sneak in the shadows, but, yeah.
So you're keeping close to tree trunks.
Mm.
Amartia's pretending to be a bush.
Hey, if it works, it works. I will solid snake this.
What about everybody else? Keeping to the tree trunks, hiding in bushes.
Bushes.
Okay.
Valeria's joining me in the bushes.
I got a tree hopper and 2 bushmasters. Got it.
Again, if it works, I might as well.
Okay, Lorelai's hugging the trees. Or pretending to be a tree, I'm not sure.
Hey, motherfucker, I'm a
I
tree.
don't know why Ronnie's not speaking.
I don't
Normal
know.
Ronnie stuff.
I want to type. I don't know. Plus, you guys don't hear me half the time I'm talking.
We hear you.
No.
What?
Ass. Alright. Avis, are you bush hopping or are you keeping to the tree trunks?
Keeping to the trunk.
Alright, so you guys start making your way through town, keeping between bushes and bounding between trees. It's not so much back alleys in Yahaha as there's just foliage to hide yourselves. So, a strange, eclectic mix of... I'm not even sure what to call you guys. Wannabe ninjas?
Hey, we're trying not to get our asses kicked again. That's all I
Okay.
care about.
So, with your stealth checks in mind, what you guys want to go follow Lufir's mother again? Do you want to go follow other persons? Do you want to split the
I'd say-
group, stay together?
Oh, stay together for sure.
Stay together.
I vote let's continue trying to follow Lufir's mom since we got cut off last time. How do you feel about that, Lufir?
Okay with it.
Okay.
Cool.
So we keep stalking your mom.
Mother stalkers.
You gonna follow her through the same part of the day you've already watched her, or are you just gonna go to the park and hide and wait?
Park and wait.
Okay.
Maybe we should do a little bit of exploring in other places then beforehand if we know when she gets to the park, because I don't think it's a good idea for us to just lie in wait in a park where we know there's probably going to be undead. I feel like that's asking for trouble, but that's just me.
I mean, we could scout out a little bit and see if the undead just appear there, or if there's like a pattern to their approach. Like, are they automatically gonna be there upon reset every day? So we don't know if they're even back yet or not.
You're
don't know
you're
if we
aware
got
they
all of
were
them,
real at least.
Yeah, we
Well,
were
I'm saying they might
aware they
be-
were real.
If they're stuck there and they're part of this, they might reset with the re-illusion, or they might be permanently dead. We don't know. We didn't check.
We really couldn't, to be honest.
You weren't in the illusion when you were fighting them. The Bodak
Okay.
pulled you out.
Oh.
You guys were
Yeah.
in the ruins of Yahaha during that combat.
Okay.
Yeah, so that answers that. I still, because my thought is maybe there are other undead there, or maybe the boat actually is restarted again. I don't know. We don't know how the fuck that works.
Do I remember about what time she got to the park, Nate?
Your mom would have arrived at the park, maybe like 2.
So that leaves
It would have
about
been
an
after
hour.
lunch, but well before dinner.
And it was 11 o'clock a little bit ago, or around noon, right?
You guys arrived like a little bit after 10.
Okay, so we got about a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We should scout around a little bit then. Just
Okay.
take it slow on the way to the park and keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
All right.
'Cause that Bodak did a number on us. I just want to be more cautious.
Want to get bow-dunked again.
Yeah, we don't need to use that diamond anytime soon, please. No.
Bodak Horseman.
Oh, you have no idea.
No, I don't. I missed things.
One of us almost died. Actually, a couple of us probably almost died.
We were all kind of beat up.
Yeah, that was not fun. The bad touch, the worst of touch.
Well, that's what you get when you deal with Moxie.
Never mind. Anyways, so we're scouting around. Any particular area we want to look at?
What direction
Deferring
did
to Lufir?
the undead poop in at?
The
Or did
park.
literally poop in?
They all came in at the park.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't know if they were just like poof, they're in the park out of nowhere, or if there was the direction they approached from.
I think they just appeared for us because it seemed like somebody just summoned them.
Okay.
I think, if I'm remembering that correctly.
I mean, none of you were particularly paying attention to where things were coming from in the midst of a fight.
Yeah.
There.
Giggity.
Well, poop. Like, I wanted to say let's take a slow stroll, taking everything that's around us while we're going there. We don't have to specifically be looking for anything important.
Just kind of keep an eye out for things.
Yeah, but we'll head toward the park.
Okay.
Alright. I mean, as far as description goes, you guys have kind of seen what most of the day, the earlier parts of the day is. People are going about getting whatever groceries for the day. The kids are at school until noon. They take their lunch breaks. There's a bunch of kids running around after having eaten, playing some quick games. You run into there's a group of humans that come in and then leave. You guys haven't seen when they re-enter or if they re-enter, but Vandelius said that no one who comes to Yahaha survives from the town. So best assumption is they re-enter and die at some point, or they never made it back to the port after coming in. Yeah, no. Unless there's like an area of the town you'd like to go check specifically, I don't really have much for you guys until you get back to the park.
Yeah, it's just head to the park, I guess. We just pass some time on the way there, like a slow stroll.
Mm-hmm. All right, you guys arrive at the park. Go ahead and roll new stealth checks. Find yourselves hiding places.
That very amusing.
I have advantage.
Basically the same as
I can use
last
it this
time.
time.
Wow, Shred's another 11. Thank God you got a 15 after.
I don't want to talk about it.
That's your first rolls for today, Shreds, are 3 2s.
I don't want to talk about it.
Alright. You guys all find yourselves to hiding places, picking bushes and nearby trees to huddle against.
If it worked.
About an hour passes before Lufir's mother even arrives.
Hi, Mom.
Shush. You summon more undead. I'm tripping you.
Hi, Mom.
I only had to be as fast as you fall.
I only have to be faster than the slowest dwarf.
That's true. Oh, kind of just keep an eye on things. Is she doing anything in particular?
She's
Like-
just enjoying the scenery.
Okay. I didn't know she was reading a book or anything.
No?
Do we see if there's any other people wandering around the park, or if it's just her?
There are other elves passing through. You guys do see the echo of the same human man.
Oh,
The
the
one
same
from-
one
Fuck that guy.
that caught our
Fuck that
attention
guy.
before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, we're not looking into that. We'll
And
just...
you watch as he goes through the motions of combat and then is
Oh.
obliterated.
Good. That's good for him.
That's what he gets.
No other echoes.
So the undead
There's
didn't-
None.
there's no Bodak, the Wraith, the Banshees. Nothing else left an echo.
Hmm.
You need
I don't like that.
Okay.
I don't,
I don't like that at all.
They're still here.
Or maybe it's the fact that they're undead. I mean, this is
Yeah.
supposed to be echoes
So
of
was the other
living.
thing.
Well, he was a warlock at one point, right?
Yeah.
He didn't.
Still has a soul.
So, yeah.
He was
So-
dead.
He was an undead warlock.
He was an undead warlock, but that doesn't mean he was actually dead.
No, he was dead. He's an undead warlock.
Can I listen for feet print?
Oh
Keep
God.
Footsteps?
Oh yeah, the footprints from last time.
Yeah, can I look for those and listen for the footsteps?
Make a perception check. Okay, keeping as best an ear and eye out as you can. There's no sign. No footprints. Seems the Bodak left no physical echo. As if its body were not here. With a 15, you do notice some hands come up out of the ground and get squished and disappear. The crawling claws did leave an echo because they are also a physical manifestation.
Oh. We don't see the Wraiths or the Banshees, and we don't see the Bodak, but we see the Deathlock and the crawling claws.
They were
Mhm.
spirits.
Ah, okay.
The Bodak is not a spirit, but it did not leave an echo. So that one's a question. But you as you guys kind of all start to put it together, Lufir especially, dealing with undead and in his research back during his training days, it seems the body is more important to the echo than the soul.
Okay. I guess
So
that
a zombie
kind of makes
might
sense.
meandering its way through would probably leave an echo, but a ghost does not.
Okay.
Would I have any inkling if they're still here or they're permanently gone?
Undead generally, spirit type undead especially, don't tend to come back unless there is something holding them, some place to reform from.
Okay.
So, I mean, you start searching for whatever they manifest from, or if they don't have anything to manifest from, then they would be dead permanently.
Good. Still doesn't know
Comfort
if
at
it's there or
least.
not.
In case, weirdness.
Yeah.
We're still following your mom?
I'm assuming she's still sitting at the bench, or wherever she's at.
Yeah.
Just kind of post up until she moves on, and then follow her.
Okay. She stays in the park for a decent hour, just enjoying the lighter atmosphere, the animals running about, which are real to her, but not to you. She does at one point end up playing with a raccoon.
Aww.
Just kind of meanders itself up, and she gives it a little snack, and she plays with it for a little bit.
No, that means the raccoon's dead.
I mean,
I'm just basing the fact that A, this place got decimated, and B, it was a long time ago.
in a galaxy far, far away. I mean, the raccoon could have, gotten away from the fight and then lived a long raccoony life afterwards. So, you don't know. I mean, we already saw that Lorelei's echo showed up when she wasn't with us, so we can pretend the raccoon made it out of the fight, okay? We can totally pretend. Actually, I'm hell-bent on pretending that.
I don't know why on earth you immediately assumed I killed all of the forest animals. Oh, animals that lived here. They must have died in the attack. No, they learned to stay away.
Run the fuck away!
Animals don't stay away from a town, they're just vibing.
They also don't live for over 100 years.
That's why I said it's a
No,
long
it
time
live in
ago.
a
Unless-
long raccoony life. It lived a long raccoony life. That could mean,
Unless.
I mean, unless, you've got magically
Mutation.
bullshit like Retrocha.
2.0. Alright, moving on. Keep tabs on her. See what she's doing. When she moves on, we move with her.
Okay.
Fucking Ronnie's watching the stream while playing.
I have it up, so I keep checking the chat once in a while, but I don't actually watch it.
I'll watch it later if I want to rewatch rather amusing spots.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Amartia's conversation with Vandelius yesterday was fun.
Yesterday?
Well,
Yesterday in-game.
I was about to say.
Well, as always, just fair warning that if you start watching streams back, I do ask that you not watch the whisper sections.
Oh yeah, I skip those every time.
I thought it have sound enabled.
I have sound enabled, but I know where to avoid. Especially when I see, there's bubbles missing. Don't watch that one. Because it
Anyway,
does show, it only shows certain bubbles.
After
Anyways,
about an hour of just enjoying the park, your mother gets up and starts making her way.
Making my way around the town.
At this point, it'd be about 3 in the afternoon.
Okay.
She goes and she ends up at sort of outdoor cafe area, and you recognize some of the other elves that she's here with, your mother's friend group.
Her mom group.
No, actually, mostly males. Basically her childhood friends that she went to school with.
Makes sense.
And
She
you
just-
said I recognize some of them.
Yeah, you recognize some of them. Specifically, you would have grown up calling them the elven equivalent of aunt and uncle,
Okay.
because your mother did not have siblings.
Only child, apparently. Did I have any siblings? I don't think
No.
I did. No. Just kind of keep an eye. I want to walk around the area and see if there's anything sticking out.
Okay. anything out of the ordinary in this area would just be at, let's see, this would be Vandelius is not anywhere to be seen. Likely he did not want to interrupt his echo of him leaving the clues for you all to follow. But you do notice there are some other elves that seem to be keeping an eye on specific individuals. They are not wood elves.
Okay. Can we tell which individuals they're watching?
Make an insight
And
check.
see if... Alright.
I believe at you.
You believe at me. Gee, thanks. Your belief went out the window.
Doing me your best to follow their gaze. One of them seems to be keeping an eye in the kind of same vicinity as Ms. Morcan. However, the other two seem to be focusing much more upward in the lofts, the treetops. There are 3 of them. They all have greenish skin.
There are 3 of them, but they have greenish skin.
Hmm?
But they're not wood elves.
Nope.
Do I know what kind of elf that is? Or does anybody here know what kind of elf that is?
Lufir, you're aware of what kind of elves these are. And so would Abyss. There's a specific offshoot of sea elves that live in Ogrelal. They came to be known as swamp elves, for lack of a better term. They're sea elves that have kind of changed their tint to match the surroundings that they lived in. Scouts of some kind.
You said they're from Ogre-the-Law?
This kind of a coloration of sea elf is common in Ogrelal.
They could be scouts then for the raiding party. You said they're looking up at the treetops as well?
2 of them are looking up towards the upper areas, but one of them is watching the area where your mother is.
How far are they, like, from the illusionary wall?
The cafe is not too far from the wall where the illusion stops.
So I would like to approach them if I can to see if there's anything else behind them or around them.
Not particularly. Just because of your passive perception, you notice they're all armed. They all have some weapons underneath their cloaks, but they're keeping themselves fairly well hidden.
Well, they are definitely suspicious.
Very suspicious.
The only reason you guys noticed them is because your mom spends about an hour in here, and you said you wanted to go search around for suspicious stuff, so I was just like, okay. At some point, you're going to find them.
Fair. I mean, also the fact that she's kind of distracted and everything. Yeah, oof.
Yeah, just kind of hang out here, keep an eye on them, see if they move off or not.
Okay, keeping your eyes between them and your mother.
Do you, at this point, want to split off, like, in case they split off? Or do we want to still keep together?
Well, I was actually just about to say, the one, as your mother gets up to start heading out, follows your mother. The other 2 split off in their own directions, so there are now 3 separate directions.
Okay.
We'll split off. I'll follow my mom, then the rando elf. You guys split up and follow the 2 others.
Okay.
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 Okay. Yeah.
How do we want to split that off?
I don't know.
I will take Lorelei.
Okay.
There's 3 directions.
So Lorelei and Lufir are going after his mother and the rando.
Okay. I guess I'll go by myself since I'll have Rachacha and Abyss. You go
I'll
with
go with
Valeria.
Valeria.
Alright.
All right.
And if
Have
worst comes to worst, we hightail it back. If anything goes
Yeah.
wrong.
That should be fun.
Yep.
Alright, so
Famous last words.
as you split off into 3 separate parties, Abyss tailing one of the errant sea elves and with Valeria, and Amartia tailing the other with Rachacha. We'll start this off with Abyss and Valeria's target. So, as the 2 of you follow the random sea elf, you watch as he makes his way up into the upper areas, the overhangs. And they seem to be stalking after a specific target from a distance. You can both go ahead and roll insight to try and figure out who they're following.
What was the roll?
Insight.
There it is.
Okay.
Fucking 15.
So, Abyss is just keeping herself trying to focus on following and doesn't even attempt to discern who's leading this train. Valeria, you try your best to figure out who it is that this person is following after, and after about 20 or so minutes of following this elf, you do manage to piece together that they themselves are following a kind of haggard-looking female elf. She's got long red hair, like burning bright red.
I'll point that out to Abyss. Quietly, just to keep focused, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Over the course of the next hour or so, you continue to follow after the sea elf until the haggard-looking elven female arrives at a home, presumably her home. Is a small building attached to one of the upper areas of the tree. She makes her way inside, and the sea elf makes their way over to a nearby window.
Okay. Which one would you rather follow? At this point. I guess we could always go over to the window and then go up to the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you make your way over to the window where the sea elf is. Inside,
Can we
there's
see
a
what the...
like a bedroom. You can see past the bedroom is a doorway that leads into a kitchen sort of area with a small table. Given the size of this building, she probably lives alone.
Ah.
Is she doing anything in the house?
She's getting to work on dinner, presumably. It's getting to be about that time of the day, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
What's dinner at 4 o'clock?
Starts
lot of
making
people.
it at 4 o'clock, not eating it.
Oh.
You eat at like 5 or 6.
I also know a ton of people that eat at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why? Or she's gonna be hungry later.
I know, that's my usual response.
Okay, so while you two are watching your target, Martia.
I
As you and Rachicha begin to tail your target, they also make their way up to the upper areas, though in a different direction.
Okay.
You are up near the edge of the illusion.
Oh, okay. And can I tell who they're following?
Insight.
Figured. This is gonna kill me. Ugh. Well, this is better than last time.
Okay. Same as with Valeria, it takes you a little bit to figure it out as they're kind of skulking. They're moving at a much slower pace. After about 20-30 minutes, you figure they're probably keeping an eye on one of the guards as their eyes are still going upwards, and there's a guard tower nearby.
Okay. I'll keep tailing him along.
Okay. Your target doesn't really move much for the next hour. Keep themselves to a kind of secluded area, tucked in a nook of the tree.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lufir and Lorelei.
Hello.
You two are
Quick.
following after your mother and her pursuer. Your mom makes her way back to your house to start making the dinner as well. The person following her is waiting above your house to get themselves up into the tree limbs.
Follow, but I'm not that dexy anymore. Can't get in the trees like I used to. Do I notice if there's anyone else around the house?
At this point, not just yet.
Okay.
You'll be arriving home from school soon.
Now, is the pursuer, is he watching just the house, or is he looking out around different areas as well?
He's just watching the house.
Okay.
Each of your targets is solely focused on their person.
Are they wearing cloaks, or are they?
Yeah,
Is there,
brownish
is there-
cloaks to try and hide themselves amongst the trees as best as possible.
So I can't see any kind of like things that they're wearing, certain armor or anything.
No, not really.
I was gonna
You
try
only
and-
really got a glimpse of their skin because you were able to find their face, which is slightly covered. They have a mask,
What kind of a mask?
nose down. It's just a
Preferably one
plain.
that covers
It's just a
face.
plain cloth.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to keep watch here and keep an eye on them.
All right. So, as you all have your respective personage that you were watching, about an hour goes by. Abyss and Valeria, you see the woman that is being stalked is eating her meal at this point by herself. Martia, your guy is still just in the tree waiting. You can easily go fly up and see who, if any, of the guards they might be following, but given the weird angle, you won't be able to get the specifics. But there are about 2 to 3 guards at any given time in the tower.
Okay.
So,
And-
as best you can assume, it's one of those.
One of them
Mm-hmm.
specifically. Does it look like there's anybody of like different rank during the guard post? Like anybody having different armor to denote their different rank?
No,
No?
but
Okay.
these are all same cut of the mill,
Okay.
same run of the mill.
Okay. And he's
And,
just watching.
Yeah, they're just keeping their eye, waiting. And then
Okay.
Lorelei and Lufir, You watch as young little Lufir comes home from school for the day, meets up with his mother, and helps to finish out the preparations for dinner.
Elf.
Yep, self.
Sorry.
That's all that came through was elf, so.
Well,
I'm going to keep
Elf.
an eye on the strange elf.
elf.
Ew.
That's all I can really do.
Okay. After watching for a little while, Lufir, your father arrives, and you do see how he arrives home. It's something you're not entirely used to seeing as you watch a massive werewolf come bounding through the tops of the tree limbs, just leaping from tree limb to tree limb until he arrives above your home and shifts back.
I need to learn that.
The sea elf that you're keeping an eye on as your father approaches makes himself as small as possible against the tree.
Get close to him.
The sea elf?
Yeah, if I can just
Okay.
like get closer or see him a little better.
Alright, you get up close to them to keep an eye on them. You do see as they hunch themselves into the crevices of the tree as they almost start to fade and become slightly immaterial. At this point, Amartia, the one you're following, begins to move as the change of the guard, or at least one of the guards, starts to make their way out of the tower.
Okay.
Presumably that is this person's target.
Okay.
They make their way out of the tower, and as you start to follow after your sea elf, the guard makes their way off towards a nearby establishment, just going to get their meal for the day. Take off their helmet and some of their armor, set it on the chair so that they can start eating. You see a wood elf with pure black hair and a massive scar that runs down the entirety of his face.
Okay. Like a slash kind of scar?
No, like a crack.
Oh. Okay. That had to have hurt. And this is the person that they're following.
Seems to be.
Okay. Any change in the sea elf I'm following besides like the fact that they moved? Expression
You
or
see the same thing as Lufir. They're making themselves as small as possible in this slightly more populated area, and as you watch closely, they start to become almost immaterial.
Do I know how they're able to do that?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. I was hoping beyond all hope it was gonna be nature, but I'm like, it's probably gonna be Arcana. No, I don't even have nature anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hey!
It was not a particularly high DC. Your best guess, the cloaks they're wearing are probably modified cloaks of Elvenkind.
Ah, okay. That probably makes it harder to see.
Yeah, so
Cool.
once they start to nestle themselves in, and it's probably how they're also keeping themselves so well hidden amongst a town of elves.
Yeah.
We're all very perceptive.
Yeah.
An easy thing to do.
Pretty easy thing to do. Cool.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
If your average commoner has a passive perception of 10, then the average elf has a passive perception of 12, which ain't great, but
It's still better, but
mhm.
it's better. It's not best, but it's better. Anyways, alright. So I just keep keeping an eye on my person, the elf and the guard that they're apparently following.
Meanwhile, Abyss and Valeria.
Yay.
The woman inside finishes her meal for the day and cleans up the meager amount of dishes that she has. And you see as she takes a seat at her table and starts to read through a book, and your sea elf begins to open up the window.
What room is he entering into?
Her bedroom.
Hmm.
They make their way inside.
Mm-hmm.
You guys following or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys follow them inside. They pull a club from under their cloak. And keeping low to the ground, almost walking like a crab, they make their way up behind her and crack. She's unconscious.
Bonk.
But not dead, just unconscious.
I mean, it's kind of hard to check.
I mean, fair. I mean, if she's still breathing, but yeah, fair.
The club goes back under the cloak, and they start to gather her up.
Okay.
Nikki, you're such a.
We
Is
heard
he taking
that.
anything else inside the house or just her?
There's no one else in the house aside from the two of them.
No, I mean, is he taking any items?
No, just her.
Wonderful.
Great.
Her hands and feet are bound. Her mouth is gagged. And she's also blindfolded.
Does she look special in any sort of way?
Outside the hair?
I mean, make a perception check.
Perception.
Okay. Examining her as best you can. I mean, she cute. She looks haggard, as if whatever she does for a living takes a lot out of her during the day, and she doesn't really seem to, take care of herself that great. Her hair is kind of a mess. Valeria, you're getting like right up in to her face as the blindfold's being put on, and you're trying your best to figure out, but like aside from physical attributes, you don't notice anything particularly noticeable. She doesn't have any items of note, no necklaces, no rings, no weapons. And unfortunately, without being able to physically interact with her, you can't look for tattoos or scars or anything. She's fairly well covered. But what you do notice is, as he finishes getting her tied up and ready for transport, and he throws her over his shoulder, there is a tattoo on the back of her neck. You only catch the first bit of it. It seems to continue down her neck all the way to her back somewhere.
Can I try to draw that out real quick? I do have paper.
A dexterity check.
dexterity.
Makes sense.
This is you attempting to draw with having no proficiencies in any tools applicable for this. So,
Fair enough.
okay, you managed to
okay.
get it's not the best sketch, but it is. You could recognize it if you ever saw it again.
Okay.
So you managed to get that, and you also scribbled a very quick description of some of her noticeable attributes. He gathers her up and makes his way to the door, and as he steps outside, you watch as he just shifts.
Shifts.
And both of you to make perception checks.
Perception.
Okay, so as they step out, you watch as one foot leaves the ground, and then suddenly there's just almost like they slip, and they're gone from where they are. Because both of you rolled real well on that, you notice on a larger branch up in the air that they're up there and setting her down and tying her to the tree.
Oh.
Like a package being saved to pick up later. Meanwhile, Amartia,
Hi.
the elf you're following, the crag on his face, eats a very simple, quick meal, and then gathers up their armor and makes their way off.
We don't hear anybody talking, can we?
No,
here,
you don't
Okay.
hear exchanges.
Cool. Just double checking. Okay. And they're still being followed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They have their armor back on, and they're making their way off towards the edge of the village. As they arrive, your sea elf just immediately, quick as a bolt, takes their club out, smashes them in the head.
Okay.
It is a very quick succession of 1, 2, 3 hits.
Wow. Okay then.
Yeah, the guard's a little sturdier than woman.
And a little old elf. Okay. And do I say the same thing essentially happened with them? Because I don't...
Not quite. Due to the sort of open area that you're in, you watch as soon as the guard starts to go down, the club gets put away and he starts to drag them off.
Okay. Did I also see maybe, I don't know, some sort of a tattoo? I don't know if I'd be looking for it, but I'd at least be watching for anything different.
Aside from the crack across his face, there wasn't too much of note.
Okay. So yeah, I'll keep following them into where he takes the guard. Wherever he takes the
He
guard.
drags him outside of the echo.
Damn it! Fuck, damn it! Okay.
Tried.
Back at the Morcan home, your father has arrived back at home, and you guys are all sat down and enjoying one of your favorite meals from your childhood. Very, very sort of simple salad, but it's the dressing that you like in particular. It takes your mom a couple of days to put this just salad dressing together.
It's me a damn good salad dressing.
Some of the stuff has to ferment for a few days.
Nice one.
What, you heard that?
Your burp, yes.
God damn.
I told you, we hear you!
You can't hear me talk, but y'all can hear me burp.
We can hear you talk, it's just you're usually saying shit that's not pertinent.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Go back on mute.
Just keep an eye on the elf.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can I try and like memorize the recipe for the salad dressing if there is one, or she just already made it and
Unfortunately, while she was cooking, you decided you were watching the elf,
Okay.
so you missed on your chance there.
Yeah. Fuck.
Don't worry, we'll make that a trip for another day.
Yeah.
Just so you can learn this recipe and remake it.
I mean, it's basically just a very fancy garlic vinaigrette, and it's the vinegar that takes a while.
If I have a memory of it, then I'll attempt to make it just by memorying it later on.
Probably tried at this point, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't even had the chance to be anywhere near home since
Yeah.
he was 19, and that was almost 100 years ago.
About, yeah. Not over.
Probably hasn't thought about it much. It's a lot
I am
of
now.
memories coming for Lufir. And they're fucking bull rushing you.
About to be a sad day.
It's about to be a very sad day.
It's about to be a very interesting experience. After you finished your dinner with your family, your father pulls your mother aside and has a small, quick conversation while you're in your room working on your carvings.
Want to listen into him.
As I just said, you can't listen. Everything is lip reading.
Oh, okay.
Because
Otherwise, I would have
there's-
tried to listen for a name.
Yeah, there's no sound.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
That might have been different when you guys first came here. I don't think I ever set that precedent because I didn't want it.
No.
I was just double checking then, because it's like, hey, maybe I can get the guard's name. Never mind. I'll wriggle it out of Lufir later. Maybe. Hopefully.
So if you want to try and read their lips, I will need, this would be insight or perception.
I
Leaning a
can't
little bit
use-
towards insight.
I don't have any advantage on here with perception, do I?
This is sight.
I have a 5. Ah.
Okay.
Well, if only you had the
Doing your
observer
best
feat.
to read their lips, your father seems to be telling your mother about encroaching forces. He mentions orcs in particular, along with, he mentions Ogrelal, and there are a couple of names he mentions, although they are not familiar to you.
At least they had some kind of warning.
As he finishes telling this to your mother, he goes and grabs his staff from by the front door and makes his way out. Your mother goes and collects you, and you remember this part. She starts telling you that, all right, you need to put your things away. We're going to be leaving for a little while.
Oh dear.
Lufir's just kind of crossed his arms and head down, remembering the events.
Your mother helps you put your stuff away and tucks it under the bed in a safe spot where it would be later found by Amartia. You gather your things. Your mother grabs a walking stick for you, and she grabs a couple of daggers, puts them under her cloak as she gets a traveler's cloak on. And as you both step out, the elf leaps out of the tree, club in hand, one quick blow to your head, and a dagger straight into your mother's back.
Oh.
He then kicks her over the railing, and she plummets.
Lufir runs to the railing, looks over.
You see your mother down at the bottom. She's reaching upward towards where young you is. As young you is grabbed, and he starts, the the sea elf you've been watching starts to flee.
I'm gonna follow him.
You're gonna follow the sea elf?
Yeah.
Alright. Lorelei, you following as well?
Yes, I am, sir.
Alright. The two of you give chase to the sea elf. I need both of you to make acrobatics checks.
Oh yay. I don't have any advantage when I'm transformed, do I?
No, I don't believe so. Lorelei, would you like to use your luck point? Or are you gonna just
Probably
fall
should.
over immediately?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my luck on this one.
Oh, hey, nice.
Alright. So, Lufir,
Ouch.
you watch as Lorelei, the elf you're pursuing starts to hop into the tree branches, like fucking Naruto style, hop, 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 real quick. You watch as Lorelei slips from her branch, and then she just hands down, grabs the branch, flips under it and over it, and just yeets herself back up. Like Spider-Man getting himself started on a light pole or something. And Lorelei, you have no idea how you just did that, and you don't want to question it, and both of you just go.
There you go.
Alright, so the two of you begin to pursue your sea elf. Abyss and Valeria, your elf, also disappears beyond the boundary of the illusion.
Damn it.
Alright. Time to change out the sounds here.
I assumed that when I assumed that maybe Lufir's gonna be at his place. So my thought is, after I lose track of my sea elf, I'm gonna try and go back to where Lufir's home is.
Alright.
Don't know if that lets me run into him. I doubt it, but
I need...
considering when all this stuff is happening.
I guess music-wise, we want battle-type music's gonna be as good as I'm gonna be able to get for right now. So, in the midst of the chase, Lorelei and Lufir bounding from tree limb to tree limb, the sea elf is determined to get you as far away from the city as possible, as quickly as possible, Lufir. And you don't remember this part because you don't wake up for several hours. But you know where he's taking you. And
So instead of following him, I'm just gonna head there.
alright, I will ask you right now, are you sure? Because it will leave Yahaha and you'll be heading towards the coast. Because when you wake up, you're on a ship that won't be there.
I'm very tempted to go.
I mean,
Might be
yeah.
more stuff we could look into. We're supposed to
Yeah.
watch for the fight, for the attack, aren't we?
Well, I mean, the attack's starting. We're about to be.
Yeah.
If I know where it's going, then I know what's there. I can go after the attack. Because I won't be able to see once we leave the illusionary wall.
Yeah.
So I'll double back and head back to town.
Okay. So you and Lorelei both stop, you putting a hand up to keep her from continuing as the sea elf makes their way over towards the eastern end of Yahaha to deliver you to your enslavement.
I can't see them once they leave the
Once they
boundary.
get beyond the boundary, they'll disappear, and you do realize that now.
Yeah. And I won't see a handoff at that point.
Nope.
I tell Lorelei, there's no sense of going any further. Once we leave the town, I wake up on the ship. No sense in chasing them.
If you say so.
Where are you gonna head to then?
Back to my house and see if my mom's still living or if that was where she ended.
Okay. You make your way back to your home, and as you get there, Martia's arriving in a very big rush herself. Valeria and Abyss, not yet. I'm assuming you guys are still watching the elven woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she's still tied up in the tree.
It's a tree.
Is a tree.
She is
Uh,
in the tree.
By the time the rest of everything starts to kick off, you do see the sea elf returns with like a pouch. Sizable pouch. It's kind of lumpy, full of something. He undoes the tie that's keeping her to the tree, gathers her up, and starts to make his way out of the boundaries as well. Lufir, as you arrive to your mother, laid out on the ground, the village is starting to erupt into chaos. Around you, elves are gathering themselves, their children, their belongings, and beginning to flee towards the boundaries. Lorelei and Demartia, as you're keeping eyes around you, Lorelei, you spit in disgust as a bunch of humans come running in.
Sounds
The
right to me.
exact same group of humans you saw leave earlier arrives back with a couple of extra hands. As they start to look around at the destruction that is happening around them, they look like they just split out and start trying to loot. Lufir,
Hmm?
as you check in on your mother, she is still breathing. She is very injured and bleeding profusely.
I basically sit down next to her, and knowing I can't really do anything, I can't even hold her hand, I just sit there, staring into her eyes, and then
Do you try?
I would like to.
Okay, you try and grab your mother's hand. Nothing.
Yeah.
She's
And,
still reaching up towards where you were. And her hand comes down and rests on her chest, and she's breathing hard, having a tough time.
I kind of take in the last moments.
Meanwhile, Abyss and Valeria, after watching your elf get to the boundaries, you see as orcs and elves are pouring in from the boundaries. They are carrying torches and fire bombs, and they are lighting Yahaha as they go. Anything? Like, what are you doing?
Like,
I don't know how to.
You guys
I
are
can't
still just
stop the
standing
fire.
at the end of the boundary. Like, yes, you're aware that this is in the past. It's not. You can attempt to try if you feel your character would, or you could go return back to your friends. Like, what are you doing?
We could try to follow like the orcs and elves to see like I guess like if they're trying to take anything or they're just destroying the place.
I think they're just pillaging at this point.
They don't seem to be taking anything. They seem to be destroying.
Is there any sort of leader, or is it just like a giant group?
Make an insight check. Okay, trying your best to read through the ranks. You are familiar with Ogrelaw's military to a small extent, but you're not seeing any sign of a high rank. These all seem to be foot soldiers.
I guess whoever ordered the attack is probably back on the ship, out of character. So, I mean, I guess we should just start making our way back.
Making your way back to everybody else.
Yeah.
All right, as you make your way through the streets, quick-paced, you pass by the elves and orcs as they're burning their way through. Lots of drows, some more of those similar green-skinned sea elves. There are wood elves as well. All of which are bearing the mark of Ogrelal, which in this case would be... This leader would have been a kind of like a shawl piece, a little hanging off their shoulder bit of cloth with a bull painted in blood. You can ask Lufir about that, but that leader passed away some time ago. It's history stuff. You make your way back, and you find Lufir sat on the ground next to his mother. Martia and Lorelei are present.
I'm actually gonna go sit by Lufir to kind of act as maybe some kind of a support.
Okay. So, in the midst of the chaos, as your city begins to light, Lufir, you sit there with your mother.
Like, I can't take his mother's hand.
Are you
But
still trying?
I'm like mimicking the holding the hand, where it would be, kind of thing. No, it's just gonna go through anyways.
Okay, so you're trying your best to fit into the empty spaces, even if it's not really holding her hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just trying to keep myself together. I take a shaky breath, and I know I can't do anything to save you. And I'm sorry, Matra. But I will make you proud. I will do whatever I can to see the rights that were done, the wrongs that were done here make right. I ask that you watch over me. And I just sit there until she goes.
Alright. With Amartia sat across from you, you sit there with your mother as her breathing is labored and it starts to slow. What are the rest of you doing?
Lorelei stuff.
Okay.
It's a wide variety
So
of
what
things.
would Lorelei be doing in this instance? Would she be playing a song?
I mean, is it safe? Or do I have the feeling that we're gonna get attacked by those weird zombie things?
Well,
I don't think so right now.
you wouldn't be sure. You weren't here when they were attacked. All you have to go on is what they told you. It's up to you if you would decide if Lorelei would play a song right now.
Yeah, probably just a little bit quieter than normal, though.
Okay, what kind of a song is Lorelei playing?
Well, it ain't a jaunty tune, that's for sure.
Yeah, but would this be something mournful, a song of passing, something just slow and low?
That's a good question. Probably something mournful, I feel, today.
Okay.
We're going melancholy.
Abyss and Valeria, are you doing anything?
I'll just sit with him.
Yeah.
Nate.
Yeah?
With my parents being druids, did they handle any like funeral rite type things?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay. Do I remember any of how that worked? Like any words that were said or something?
You know there are certain poems in Elvish meant for mourning. In this moment, as she is still alive, they wouldn't technically be appropriate. It's more they're either said as a celebration of the life they lived, as they are being interred, or they are said as more of a letting go if they are not being interred to the ground, but instead a pyre. So, Lufir, surrounded by your companions, a sad song playing. I need you to roll me a D100.
Oh dear.
100, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's not a good sound.
I mean, it doesn't completely fill me with dread.
You're right.
As all of you sit together with Lufir in this difficult time for him, you, one by one, put a hand on him, save for Lorelei, who is preoccupied with her hands.
Giggity.
Comfort. At least it's supposed to be comfort. But Lufir is lost. As far as you're concerned, Lufir, there's nothing but you and your mother right now. But as one by one your friends, allies, put their hands on your shoulder, on your hand, wherever they attempt to console you, you feel strange warmth. One by one, each of you puts a hand on Lufir and a tiny little glow emanates. Until after each of you has had this strange experience that Lufir seems to be ignoring, and as you're all kind of looking to each other in the midst of a falling apart town, burning around you, massive pyres that would turn all who died here to ash. Lufir, you just barely met the DC of 35, and you feel your mother's hand. Each of you watches as those strange little glows that you imparted to Lufir start to swirl. And tiny little notes, played by Lorelei's flute, start to fly around in the air. Lufir, her hand is in yours, and she's looking at you.
Lufir just breaks. Like, we're talking full-on Minotaur ugly crying.
Well, that's the thing. As you burst into tears, holding your mother's hand, she's looking at you as she recognizes you. And as the glow begins to surround you, a swirling storm of fireflies, you all watch as the fur melts away. The horns fall off. And you see, full of tears, not quite as you remember him, a slightly paler Lufir, the elf.
More crying.
You in this moment, you don't notice. Your mother is in your hands, and these swirling, glowing fireflies are dancing around you as Lorelei, the dawn of what is just happening and the mournful tune you're playing, you stop in the midst of your song as you realize it's no longer appropriate, and the fireflies and notes begin to drop and settle on your mother. The bleeding stops. Her breathing stops. And then, breath. As all the glowing settles on her form and melds in a deep breath. She sits upright, and she grabs you and she holds you.
Complete shock. I'm just squeezing her tight.
And you hear, and probably only Amartya hear, as in this tender moment, as your mother is holding you, she says, "I knew you would come, my Lufir,
Nate.
my child of the gods."
I'm sorry, Matra. I wish I could have been here sooner.
It has been many years. I have waited here. Many have waited. But you came. You're here.
I wish I could have put up your suffering.
Her hands run through your hair, and the rest of the brown that was mixed into your auburn hair starts to melt away. You've got some schmutz on you.
And this is the point I rub my hand across my face. Yeah, it's been a bit worse.
Your skin is smooth. Your hands are no longer covered in fur. The rest of you, probably awestruck, confused, as Lorelei begins to play a much happier song. Because Lord knows she's not gonna let this moment go unwasted.
Fuck no! I just revived the dead woman. Of course I won't play something lovely.
Marty actually does start laughing. Kind of like one of those, like, stress relief laughs.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Between ugly crying and ugly laughing. We need to get you back to Velios. You need rest. I need a drink.
I need to find your father.
I have no idea where you could be.
I have an idea.
Are you well enough to travel?
She stands up, and you see she's not wearing the same clothes that you remembered. Her outfit is darker. Her skin's a little paler.
Not undead, is she?
How would you be able to tell? Also,
Make an
what you
Arcana
do
check.
about it?
I would know undead.
Yeah, make an Arcana check.
Nope.
Okay. You roll again because you have advantage.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Better.
As you start to examine your mother, no.
Okay.
But what you think may have happened is also not quite the truth. Through the combined godly abilities of what resides in each of you, you have all performed a true resurrection. She is suffering resurrection fatigue. Your mother has been brought back to life.
What?
She's been dead over 100 years. And she knows it.
Thanks, guys. Best gift you can give my mom. Oh my god, Nate, you're an ass.
Hey man, this was exactly what was planned, and when you told me earlier about what happened Tuesday, I was like, this is gonna hurt way more than it should.
Oh my god.
Dude, I'm hearing him like start to cry. And
Yeah,
I'm
I got
like, "Nah,
fucking-
no."
I'm snotting up here. I'm like, don't do it. Don't
No.
do it.
No. Not doing it.
Oh my god.
So, because each of you joined Lufir, the percent chance was raised by 5% to exactly 35.
Oh Jesus fuck.
So
God.
what started out as a 15% chance was brought up to 35, and you rolled exactly 35.
I love you guys.
Jesus Christ.
In the confusion and the happiness of what is happening, your mother looks around at the ruins of Yahaha as the illusion, at least temporarily, has melted away. Lost yourselves to whatever magic just happened.
You've been here for a long time.
No. And yes?
Son, I did not know if you were awake this entire time or aware of what's going on.
I've been somewhere else.
Something's happening in this town.
Oh yes, I know. But I know for a fact your father is alive.
Alive?
Wait, what?
He was not there. I waited for him. In the company of Saloon.
We fought undead yesterday in the park.
I'm afraid I don't know anything of that, but there is some knowledge of the oddities of what is happening here. And gods are at play,
Of course.
or at war.
That makes a lot of sense. The gods. You said you might know where your father is.
Yes. Back, shall we say, where his circle began.
If you know, I'm willing to go with you.
Another time. It's not a place for our kind. And it's not on this mortal realm. He's in the Feywild.
Oh. Cerilius?
Cerilius comes bounding up out of Abyssa's bag and kind of rubbing his eyes. Huh?
I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on right now, and I'm a little scared and crying still, but later...
She's a dead lady.
No, I poke her. She's very much alive
She
right
kind
now.
of rubs where you poke.
Sorry, Mom.
I mean, she was a dead lady. I believe me, I've seen enough resurrections in the Feywild to know what a resurrection looks like.
Speaking of the Feywild, we might need to get there soon.
Oh,
At some point.
okay. I
Hey, my
haven't
dad's there.
I haven't tried to find a portal in a while. I can start looking.
I think we need to rest a little, but I just wanted to let you know for later.
Oh, it's gonna take me a while, depending on how big this island is.
Do I know about the dimensions of the island, Nate?
I mean, it's not that big, especially
tell
for
him
something that can fly.
Yeah, I
But
told him
he
how
has
big
to,
it is.
especially since portals to the Feywild are temporary things. He's gonna be searching for a few days.
I look at the party. Do you want to do this, or do you want to do this later? If you want to put it off, I understand completely.
We could do this.
There's no reason really to wait.
No.
In the midst of
I mean,
this conversation, Lufir, your mother begins to scream bloody murder as the illusion begins to return, and you all are greeted to a blazing hellfire.
Oh.
You see neighbors screaming in agony, orcs walking through, burning but uncaring.
I kind of grab Mom and hold on to her.
She's watching. You see her eyes are flitting from person to person, trying to identify bodies.
We don't have to stay, Mom. We can get out of here.
Your mother just kind of nods.
We'll head back to the manor.
Are you sure? It's fairly late. You guys will push into a con save for exhaustion. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I look at Lorelai and ask to put up the dome, if she would.
You're gonna get outside the bounds of the city
Yeah.
before? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys lead your mother outside of the boundaries of the strange necromantic illusion, and as she steps outside the bounds and she turns around and sees the ruins and... Oh. Okay.
And like I said, something going on.
Yes.
I decided it'd be best to try and see the attack through to see what happened to you guys. And I'm thankful we did. I'm also never going to forget.
She
What you
just
saw?
kind of pats your shoulder very lightly. Doesn't really say anything. Takes a seat, and Lorelai, over the next 10 minutes, puts up the dome.
I'll take the first watch. I kind of need to get out of the bubble.
Okay, your mom just immediately goes to sleep.
I don't think transforming does anything for my perception anymore. Does it?
No, I think the bonus to your perception is even when you're not changed.
Okay. So I will. Yeah, I'll do the first watch and using my ears. My dexterity and stuff changed now, isn't it?
Yeah, you just lost 2 strength and gained 2 dex again.
Yeah.
Are you gonna tell your mom you're a werewolf?
Figure that out.
I mean, to be fair, do you think she's really gonna be that freaked out by it?
No.
You also lose 1 constitution. And instead, you gain it to +1 for a wood elf, I think goes to your wisdom.
So it's a 16.
Let me just double check. Elf,
I got a 2.
wood elf. Yeah, your wisdom goes up by 1.
Okay.
Your walking speed goes back up to 35, and you regain Mask of the Wild.
Yay. I lose all my Minotaur abilities.
Yep, no more horns, no more goring rush.
Rip Minotaur Lufir.
Yeah, rip. Have to make new art.
I mean, yeah. I'll keep
Again.
that.
Gone but not forgotten.
Again.
I can get a better version this time.
At least we don't have to waste another diamond.
Yet.
Yet. Watch, you're gonna die again and turn into a fucking Minotaur again.
Oh, I'm so angry. Oh my god, I'd be angry. Why?
Amartia will continue. Will just tease you mercilessly. For
Oh, you have
all
dark
of
vision
eternity.
again.
I had
Yay,
it
he
before,
can
though,
see.
didn't I?
No, Minotaurs don't have it.
Okay, right. I don't
So
gotta
you-
sleep as much either. Haha.
You do also notice your dark vision has improved. To a radius of 120.
Christ, I see everything.
You have a drowse dark vision. You're unsure why.
Oh, I'm still pale now, too, aren't I?
You're paler than you used to be. Your red hair is darker than it used to be. You were not
I know why.
fully wood elf. Let's put
Yeah.
it that way.
I think I know why.
Oh, I feel like I'm back to normal.
Yeah, no, it feels familiar again.
Kind of do like little jumping up and down kind of things, testing my balance and agility again.
You're back to being 126
Yeah, I'm light again.
instead of the equivalent age of 20 something.
I'm also not 320 pounds anymore.
Darn, was just getting used to the fur.
You're also
Weird,
no
boo, I
longer
like the moose
7'6".
face better.
Oh, yeah.
You're back to
What'd you
being
say?
like 6.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Lorelai?
Said I liked his moose face better.
Made all the boy moose go, ah.
Sorry guys, I'm getting a dumbass piece of pie.
Yeah, you are a dumbass piece of pie.
I mean, to be fair, the pie does have an intelligence score of 0, so fair.
My height and weight.
Alright, so Lufir, go ahead and give me perception. Who's taking watches after Lufir? We're back down to 3 watches, by the way.
I'll watch.
Alright, so
Because Lufir can now cover 2 again, because he's an elf again.
I guess it's Lufir, then Abyss, then
Abyss,
me.
then you, yep.
My perception
Alright.
weird. I used to think perception, wasn't I?
Because you're an elf, you are.
Okay, I gotta change that.
All the changes.
Pie. Water.
What?
But,
Ding.
cool. Alright, so Lufir, in the midst of your watch, your mother is snoring quite loudly.
It means
That's okay.
Rest. Do I get all my hit die back?
I mean, yeah?
Okay.
You
Uh,
would have last night.
I didn't remember.
Okay. There's not too much to hear or see. There's the occasional nighttime animals, but it seems like they seem to keep their distance from the ruins.
Yeah.
And best you can tell, it's because of whatever the hell that necromantic illusion is. And, I mean, you hear wolves, owls, raccoons, other nighttime active animals, possums.
Okay.
Abyss, you don't
Yeah?
really notice too much during your watch. Interesting note, do any of you step back into the boundary during your watch?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why did you answer that, Shreds? You're not taking watch.
I wasn't here. I wasn't here, sorry. Woo!
Abyss, do you? Or are you just gonna stay in the near the bubble? Abyss,
Yeah?
do you step back into the boundary of the illusion or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Lufir, you step in. The fires are still raging. There's a lot of dead bodies at this point. Most movement seems to have finished. Everybody who's left in the city is dead and burning. By the time Abyss Watch comes around, the fires died down. Mostly smolders at this point. Trees are collapsing, the ruins are coming into being, and by the time Amartia's watch comes around, everything looks exactly how you saw it when you first got here. The fire is gone, the destruction's gone, the illusion has reset.
So by daybreak.
Wunderbar.
So at some point during the relatively early morning, it resets.
24-hour cycle.
Okay.
Well, at least we know. Man, I gotta switch my gear back out.
And not noticing anything else about the surroundings, just with our perception checks.
No, not particularly.
Alright.
You in particular would probably start to see people beginning their day. As they are elves, they would be awake at this point and finished whatever morning breakfast routines they have during
It's
your
probably-
watch.
It's probably too early to tell, but do I notice any more of those swampy elves sneaking in, or
No.
okay. Long shot, but I figured I'd ask. Cool.
Alright. You guys finish out your night's rest and awaken the next day. Your mother still looks pretty pale and fragile.
To be expected, she was dead.
Yes, for a while.
I help her up and kind of fill her in on the things that have happened and where we're going.
Okay. I'm assuming you're telling her all this on your way back to Vandelius?
Yeah.
Alright. So you start catching up with your mother, and I know.
I stopped since you know.
Just
What?
because the gods can't reach the material plane as easily doesn't mean they can't see. And just because I was on a different plane of existence with Saloon doesn't mean I couldn't ask.
You spoke to Alice today?
Saloon,
Oh.
goddess of the moon.
Oh. He just kind of scratching his head a little bit. I've been, doing things for Edis today.
I know. And Saloon is appreciative. While the Drow have their own sort of section of the Elven Pantheon, most of the Elven Pantheon likes Isla Stray.
Do I?
And apparently we're going to be going to see her husband.
I know.
I'm going to hear that a lot, aren't I?
Yes. You all eventually arrive back over towards the Talon Lake, the false tree that leads in to the underground area. Vandelius isn't there when you guys arrive, but there are some of his invisible servants bring you some things. Particularly, your mother has brought an assortment of potions.
I see Vandelius also new too.
As you say that, he comes around the corner. Knew about what? Hello.
Hey, I'm
not.
me again, and this is my dead mom.
I knew what you looked like to begin with. Pleasure to meet you?
Look, it was a long night.
I was not aware you had any clerics within your party.
We don't.
Right.
We have a bard.
Right. And
True
you see,
witted
like,
magic?
a lot of his brain is, like, running through the scenario as he takes one of the potions and gives it to your mother, and she drinks it, and you see some of the color starts to come back to her skin. And he points to you, Lufir, and you're now lacking even more muscle.
Maybe I had. Look, I'm Dexy again.
I don't care.
I didn't choose to be less muscular.
Until you become proficient with dancing with your bastard sword, you can't use your speed and agility. You need raw strength.
I'm assuming you have a way to help me?
I have the exact same way as before, the belt.
Okay.
And you now owe me for your mother's restoration potion.
And he digs into his bag. How much do I owe you?
Just kind of flicks you on the forehead.
Ow.
I have plenty of coin.
Oh, that means I'm going to be doing things around the house, aren't I?
Breakfast.
I still gotta take him to the grove.
Breakfast. He starts shooing you all into the dining area. It's 10 o'clock ish.
Grab Mom's hand. Come on.
You guys go into the same dining area, and food is brought to all of you, even though you've had a small rations breakfast already. And your mother just kind of keeps an eye on you as you're eating. You're eating meat.
I thought you said you knew.
I knew about the grand scheme and the things that are currently going on, but you are eating meat.
Well, after the attack, I didn't really have a choice. I was an
Amarty is
ogre.
snickering off to the side.
I just point at her, just like pointing while I'm speaking to Mom. After the attack, I was an ogre. I didn't have a choice.
You had a choice about eating it. I knew you cooked it, but you didn't have to eat it.
At first, no. I mean, it's not bad.
Animals are supposed to be friends. Like this squirrel. This cute, very large squirrel.
I mean, he's friendly. I would never eat him.
Oh, he's
I
tasty
mean,
too.
he'd be very, very cross with you if you tried to eat him.
He would. He'd probably bite me first, and he'd probably eat me before I could finish eating him.
And then he'd be yelling at me in my head, so please don't.
No, it's not like I enjoy it, but I have benefits from it.
Bullshit.
Mom just kind of sighs.
And I have to taste it if I cook it to know someone, what I'm doing is right.
These are valid points. It's just not how I raised you.
I know, I'm a disappointment to the family.
You are. Your father will have words.
Sure he will. And barks and growls.
And he's part wolf. Same as you.
Just kind of stops in a sentence and rubs his bridge of his nose. It's like I never left the trees.
Oh, did you think I did not know about your wolf habit?
Well, I mean, you said you knew. I assumed you knew everything.
I also know about your, Nicholas. Your foster father or whatever.
Like, he's covered his face like he was rubbing the bridge of his nose, and he's just like peeking out one eye to see how mad she looks.
It's like you came home with a bad report card.
Oh god. I'm not mad at you, I'm just very disappointed. So much worse.
Vandellis is at the end of the table just like listening intently. And also doing mental math.
I love you too, Mom.
She kind of stops in the midst of what she's doing and pats your shoulder. I love you too.
Stop yelling at me.
Not yet. I have 100 years to make up for.
That just went through my head. Right
I
before
wasn't
you
even
said it.
here for most of your childhood. Although I suppose you technically earned your adulthood earlier than most elves.
I could probably go back to that village now. Lufir is remembering the horrible village. Oh man.
Your father
Okay.
lives in a similar place.
Oh. But in the Feywilds.
Yes, there are woods in the Feywild owned by Werekin. It is where the first of the Circle of Claws came to be, as far as he told me. He lectured me on end about these things.
Actually brings me a question, if you don't mind me asking. Do you know how he got there in the first place? After everything that happened?
Well, my husband is first and foremost a druid.
Fair.
nearly 400 years of age.
Fair. I should know this.
And for a druid, that's still quite young. You'll outlive us all, I swear.
I mean, I've already died twice, technically.
Well, I've died once, so I'm
I
catching
did.
up.
He'll be right up there with my parents. It's
Actually, your parents are a little younger than him, but very skilled.
what Wait.
Saloon did not just tell me of my son.
Ah.
I know of your
Okay.
parents. I knew of your parents. They came to Yahaha once upon a time.
Oh yeah, I think they mentioned that.
They were adventurers once.
That I did know. Once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away. And then a tiny little baby demon showed up.
Well, first a tiny baby elf showed up.
Gotcha.
And from what I've heard, another is on the way.
Uh-huh.
What?
You know this!
Her mom's pregnant.
I did not know this.
We
yes,
did.
you did!
I did not remember this.
There you
Because that's
go.
what Amartya's been freaking out, and she blurted it out one time after they'd left again.
I'm sorry. To be fair, I died. A lot of things happened.
I believe this came out after you died. Actually, yes, this came out directly after you died the first time.
Yep.
Bad reaction.
Yeah, well, tough
I
hoodies, you do
plead
know.
insanity.
Yeah, no, Amartya is about to be a big sister, and that's what's got her high
A big
stress when it
sister
comes
to
her
an
marriage.
elf.
A big sister to an elf, which means... bleh. She's also a baby sister to an elf, and she's still gotta swallow that. She's used to being an only child.
He gave you many pills to swallow.
So many.
And now it's Chris's turn to swallow pills.
Yep.
And then it gets
Feel
to
my
be someone
pain.
else's.
Not mine.
Stop.
It's the sharing of pills.
Pills here.
Bill's there.
Pills there.
Adrenaline here.
Crack here.
Grabbing
Yep.
pills. Grabbing juke.
Okay, so what do I have to do for you in exchange for the helping of my mother?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
Danik.
going to need some time with your mother. I want
Right.
to study the effects of resurrection illness.
That's on her.
She just kind of shrugs. This is someone you trust, and then that's fine. She just kind of stands up and takes off some of her heavier clothes and sets them down, and one of the invisible servants picks them up and takes them off to be cleaned. Oh, magic is weird.
I have to say yes. Yes, it is weird. And I've seen so much.
You guys finish whatever meal you decide to eat to the point that it's already noon. Your conversation took quite some time between the eating and the confusion and the scolding.
Scolding. So much scolding.
Vendilius and your mother go off to a private room. He instructs you to go through your dance on your own.
Okay.
Lorelei, he sends you off to the same room he has sent you for the past 5 days. Which you're starting to get acquainted with this room quite well.
Yes, it has become my favorite room.
I mean, probably not. It's quite small. Essentially, while the rest of you are off doing what you will, Lorelei, in order to figure out how to summon her own magnificent mansion, is being shunted into a demiplane over and over. It's like being on a really fast roller coaster and stopping abruptly. Just
Like a
over and
roller
over.
coaster to your grave.
Go ahead and roll Constitution, Lorelei. Now that you're finally here for this. All right. After a couple of days of going through this, you're getting much more used to the shifting of being between planes, and to the point that in the midst of you being shunted from one place to the next, you actually see the brief moment, the tear in reality. Go ahead and roll Perception.
At least you're no longer sick.
Okay. The brief moment that you see it, it's like real world comparison. It's like staring off into a galaxy that no lights are interfering with. Just purple, blue, shining stars in the distance. And it's just kind of flashing by every so often. So Lorelei gets occasional glimpses into space. The strange, weird emptiness between planes of existence.
Inspiration for new songs.
Abyss, Amartia, and Valeria, what are you doing with your time while Vendelius is studying Lufir's mother? Okay, Amartia's got a mouthful of stuff.
I'll look for a spell book, I guess.
Okay. Because you don't have Vendelius to ask, you put your question towards one of the servants, or are you just gonna go looking?
A question to the servant.
Okay. And you want a wizard spellbook?
Yes, I guess something. I'll look for something simple in it.
Okay. One of them brings you a rather small book and hands it to you, and you start flipping through. You have never studied the arcane, so it is gibberish to you.
All right.
All right, so you sit down and start to study wizards and arcane spells and how they are written.
All right.
Abyss and Amartia?
Well, that potion got used up, but I don't know if I really want to make a trip to the pond again just yet. I might just... Yeah, I think I'll just, study more primordial.
Okay.
If I can.
Alright, go ahead and roll intelligence. Abyss, what are you doing?
Yep.
Oh. And she's back. Abyss, what are you doing? Some more downtime.
Probably do some more of these tools, I guess.
Cool, roll intelligence. Martia, you gain 2 days worth. Abyss, you gain 1 day's worth. And Valeria, roll Arcana. Shreds. Oh, there we go. All right. Magic is entirely new for you to study, but as you're starting to flip between pages, you're seeing some similarities from one spell to the next, and You're starting to put it together in your mind. It's kind of like a language in its own, but it's not letter after letter. It's all kind of meshed all into one big formula. So you start to study wizard magic, and you're starting to grasp at what you can on your own. Kind of feel a nagging presence in your mind as you do. And Lufir is off on his own, performing his dance.
I am.
Roll performance.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Okay. You remember all the steps, and you're going through them and doing your best, and that hit the floor. Oh, fuck, that was my ankle.
My ankles.
You're doing your best, trying to get through it, occasionally screwing up some parts. After a couple of hours, Vendelius comes to you and with your mother, and you see she's got a change of clothes. Not really the kind of attire you're used to her wearing. This is more drow style clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Darker colors, hard corners, points and such. But she arrives and she watches you going through your steps and just kind of,
Approval. I know. I got a lot to learn.
Well, you're better than your father. 2 left feet when it came to dancing.
Yeah, I could understand that. I think I got that from him.
You'll get there. I'm not really sure what to do with myself.
Well, did you have a place that you wanted to go specifically, or travel with us for a time?
I'll be staying until your Cerilius finds the Feywild portal.
And then we'll all go together.
If you intend to join me, that's your choice.
I'm not letting you go in there by yourself to find father. Now
You-
that I know, just got it back together.
You seem to assume the Feywild is more dangerous than it is. It is a place of chaos, but it's not inherently dangerous.
No, I just don't want to lose you again.
Well, I won't. You're old enough to make your own decisions.
I want to see Dad as well.
That is fair.
I have a feeling he's going to scold me too.
He's probably going to sniff you first.
No. I'm going to get this approval snipped.
Anyway, I suppose I'll spend some time exploring. And Vendelius is just, please don't. There are so many rooms. So many. Exactly. Exploring.
And now I know where I got it from. Don't go there. Ah, but why not? For exploration. I went there. I found out why I shouldn't go there.
Yup.
Right, well, why don't you for now, and Vendelius takes your mom and kind of pushes her towards you. Why don't you teach your mother these steps?
I'm pretty sure she doesn't
Teaching
want to have
someone
fun.
else is a good way of learning your own and finding where your mistakes are. I believe certain people call this the duck technique.
Duck.
You explain your process to a duck, and it helps you to find where you've gone wrong.
I've talked to a duck before. I don't think this is going to work.
Just teach your mother. And he steps out of the room.
Oh, okay. In advance, Matra, I apologize if I destroy your feet.
She goes and takes one of the bastard swords off the wall and comes and joins you. Alright.
Please don't stab me.
She just takes it and taps you on the head with it. Your mother has pretty decent control of the weapon.
I will
For
do my
you've never
best.
seen her wield one.
Yeah, I will
Getting
do
outclassed by your
my
mom.
best.
Okay.
She's got
So-
experience on me, so yeah.
No, actually.
Oh,
Your mother was never an adventurer. She knows how to use a dagger.
I
So
will do my
the
best.
process of you teaching her, she's making wild swings with this fucking bastard sword. And you find yourself more in combat with her than in a dance with her, as she's just completely losing control of the blade at points. She accidentally flings it at a wall at one point.
I'm
Flail.
sure. I'm sure it can be repaired. You can buff out. It's magic.
Don't know how you keep this in your hands so well.
A lot of
Don't poke
time.
yourself in the eye.
Your blade is that far up. A lot of time and training. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it.
Yes. Meanwhile, Valeria, as you are studying through the book, Vendelius comes into the library.
691. Okay, so I'm gonna upgrade 6991 and then the free phone.
You are studying one of my books.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you intend to learn
Oh.
the arcane magics? Or is this practical study?
I'm always keen to learn.
If you wish to learn how spells work, there are different books to be reading. Unless you intend to learn how to cast spells, studying them will do you no good.
Ah,
Yeah, no, that's correct. Technically, that's
well, what do you have suggestions for them?
If you wish to learn arcane magics, I can assist with that. However, if you want to learn more about how magic works, the different kinds of signs and sigils that you're seeing in that book and what they mean, then you want, and he goes over to a nearby bookcase and takes like 5 books off and starts putting them onto the thing. This one is about different runes and their meanings, smack. This one is about how to put together different formulas and how more difficult spells tend to involve more working parts and how they fit together and which ones not to mix and match, and sets that down. This one is about the different schools of magic and why we sort the magics into different schools, and sets that down. This one is about the specific elements needed for conjuring the magics and creating them from thin air, and sets that down. And this last one is about the weave, which powers all magics, and sets it down.
Ah, I see. Is there any chance that I could do both? Learn from you and the books?
Not unless you have years. One does not become a wizard overnight.
Well, I didn't assume that.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine.
He takes the spell book from you. Start with those.
Alright.
Can I ask?
I'll start with the first one.
Okay. So, each of you spends the day assigned to your various tasks. Lufir, at some point, your mother excuses herself, and Vendelius arrives to continue your lesson.
I did my best.
He just kind of dismisses it. You all reconvene after having short breaks for a snack at some point in the afternoon, as you kind of had a early lunch, late breakfast kind of thing. You all meet up for dinner. Lorelei is got a far-eyed stare as she's been just constantly moving between the magnificent mansion and a demi-plane just over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
I've seen things.
Galaxy things.
You're gonna be seeing a lot of things.
Vendelius just kind of looks at you, Lorelei. Are you figuring out what it means to have your own demi-plane yet?
There's a blank.
Go ahead and roll
looking
intelligence.
expression. Let's see, intelligence. Wait, not a saving throw, right? Just regular?
Just regular.
Okay. Where the fuck is intelligence?
Over on the left, in the box, on its own. Okay. Over the course of the last few days, especially since you stayed behind while your companions went off without you, you're kind of starting to understand what it means for something to exist on its own plane of existence. And you're on track to figure out on your own how to make your own magnificent mansion.
Dear God, that's wonderful news.
Let's see. As far as forbidden magics goes, you can now cast the spell when you get to an appropriate level. You will be able to cast the spell Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum, which is more of a protection type spell than a demiplane. And you will now be able to use... You're on track. You'll need a few more days of different study to figure out the Magnificent Mansion. But you'll also be able to do, I think, Drawmage Instant Summons is the one I'm thinking of.
Are we gonna add these onto my spell list now? But
No,
can't
no,
use them?
No. You can... These are on the illegal magics, the one you can't learn.
Okay.
But you have a teacher who knows these spells, so you're capable of learning them. Yes, the instant summon spell you can now use. Chris, I have no idea what you posted in the Dungeoneering, but it is not loading.
I see it, and it's funny.
Your mother arrives after the rest of you move here.
Hmm?
Takes a seat at the table next to you. And Vendelius just kind of immediately looks at her. Find anything interesting? And she just looks at him wide-eyed and then just goes right to eating.
What happened?
There's a lot of rooms.
I mean, yeah.
She looks at you. No. There are a lot of rooms.
Did you get lost?
No. And Vendelius looks over at you. Odds are pretty good that you walked down a hallway that holds more than 1,000 doors.
Oh.
After all, this is my mansion, and I've been creating it here for years and years and years. So there are many, many rooms.
Are these rooms special?
Some of them hold very specific purposes.
Did you see something you did not like?
I liked everything I saw. But there was a lot, and some of it was, a little concerning.
Don't think I want to know.
Vendelius just immediately, you don't. Your mom just kind of side-eyes Vendelius for the rest of the meal.
Entering protective mother mode.
You guys all finish eating. Vendelius calls out for desserts and some after-dinner teas served.
Hey.
And he starts to strike up an actual conversation. So, Mrs. Valeria,
Yes.
what interest have you in the arcane?
Could you repeat that one more time?
What interest have you in the arcane?
I don't know how to respond to that, actually.
You wanted to learn magic? Why?
I
It's
had a
not,
dream.
it's not something one usually does late in their life.
I've had a dream telling me by Denier that I simply cannot just learn new languages. I need to exceed my knowledge.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
be honest with
we'll
you,
go with that.
just since I don't really have
Extend my there we go. That works better. Extend my knowledge range.
Why magic?
I'm not a
I have many things you could study. History, in particular, I have lived through it. I have many journals. And you see, he's very attentive to what you're saying. He's either searching for a particular answer or he's waiting to read what kind of response you're giving.
I really don't know how to respond to it without giving anything away.
Is this a conversation in front of all of us, or
Yeah.
on the
Uh-huh.
side?
Vendelius is completely blindsiding Valeria right now.
Yeah.
Calling out your shit.
They're the only option I have.
You wish to study to be a wizard, I can teach you, but it will, as I said, take many years. So what is your interest?
But for the down payment,
I really don't know how to go about it without giving anything away.
Do I want to be that mean? Do I want to be that mean?
Nate, I don't know. I'm bad. I'm bad at explaining.
Do we see Valeria
Um,
visibly like looking uncomfortable?
Mardia actually wants to ask Valeria something.
I don't know. Does Valeria look physically uncomfortable? I'm pretty sure this is just shreds.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
this
pretty
is
sure this is
me.
just shreds.
Valeria
Yeah,
keeps
it's
herself
just me.
fairly composed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really don't know what to.
That's it's on you right now, man. You wanna
I know.
give stuff away? Do you want to be as truthful but exclusionary as necessary? Do you want to learn wizard magic? Is the first part of the question you need to answer. Are you trying to
Yes.
learn to be a wizard?
Yes. But I also want to be truthful and leave out.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
want to learn to use arcane magic as a wizard does.
Mm-hmm.
So that is your answer.
Oh, okay. That was just that simple.
Yeah, you were overthinking it.
I do that a lot.
So do I.
Same.
Well, you don't.
When you
Just
when you
don't
don't
think.
necessarily want to lie, you keep things very simple. You tell the truth very simply. That way the
Yes,
details
method.
don't screw you over.
Yes.
Okay. Why is the next question? What interest have you in being a wizard? Is it so this you're gonna have to start thinking about this while Gray asks whatever question she wants to ask.
No, now that Valeria is actually answering, I just wanted to. I was possibly going to accidentally blurt it out.
What are you looking to gain out of being a wizard? Because he would during your thinking about it, he would point to Lorelei and say, "You already have an arcane user."
Quack?
Lorelei is a bard. She's an arcane caster.
Mm-hmm.
The why is what I'm having a hard time like. Me personally, the why is what really got to me.
Okay. You want to step into whispers here and have a quick side conversation?
Sure.
All right. So, did you think about the question from last week? And you wanted to be a wizard instead of a warlock?
Yes.
Okay. So, now the question of why. You already have Lorelei who can do a decent amount that a wizard can do. A wizard would give you access to far more first level spells. But, why would Valeria want to be a wizard? Is she looking for utility? Does she want to magically augment her abilities? Is she looking for things that'll help her day to day? She wants stuff that's going to help her in combat. That is the why of the question.
Enhance my abilities and help with combat.
Okay. In that case, you chose wrong.
Oh.
A warlock has more combat utility than a wizard. Because a warlock gets Eldritch Blast, which is the most useful combat cantrip. A wizard does not get Eldritch Blast. The best they get is a Firebolt.
Oh. I mean, I haven't said anything in stone yet.
This is what you were supposed to be thinking about. So, for now, why don't we leave it where you're not sure? You're looking into different studies, and you do realize magic would be helpful to you, but you're not sure of what you want it for yet.
That helps a lot, Nate.
Okay. And I need you before next session. You gotta actually go and look at what a first level wizard and a first level warlock do.
I've looked into the multi-classing part of it, and I was really confused in the player handbook because it doesn't say specifically.
The only thing that multi-classing rules tell you is what you need score-wise to multi-class and what you get for multi-classing.
Oh.
So you have to actually go read through the actual class to figure out what you're going to be getting. Multi-classing into a wizard doesn't actually give you any proficiencies, and you need to have an intelligence of 13. And then, as a rogue, you need to have a dexterity of 13 to multi-class, which you already have both of those in spades.
Okay.
And then,
so that does help.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I haven't really.
So you need to go. As a wizard, you'd have 2 spell slots per day. First level spell slots. You would know how to cast spells ritually, and you could learn all of the first level wizard spells, but it will cost you money. Because you're only going to start with I think 4 I think it's either 4 or 6.
Yeah, I guess I haven't really looked into it after the thing with Walmart.
And then the wizard also, unless you put another level into wizard, you wouldn't get a subclass. Whereas a warlock, you get the subclass right away. Which in your
Okay.
case would be the undead warlock.
Not down.
Okay.
If you trade it in,
Okay.
The
Yeah, that
undead
helps
or the
me.
undying. There's technically two. You could choose, but the undead makes a little bit more sense in this context.
Yeah. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Does Demir know about the Lich?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. The Lich has a portion of Daenerys, which means he has the same kind of connection you do.
Okay.
So Daenerys is well aware of the Lich.
So Demir wouldn't be.
Daenerys will not denounce you for your decision if you choose to be a warlock under this Lich.
Okay.
Daenerys is a neutral god, cares about knowledge and preserving art and knowledge.
That was the other thing that I was scared about when I first.
He's a lesser god version of Ayun. He does much more on the art side of knowledge, art and symbols, whereas Ayun focuses more on preserving stories and information.
Gotcha. All right.
Hell, you could become a painter and Daenerys would love it.
Who knows? I'll do that in my spare time or whatever. I'll paint.
Well, you guys are going to be getting some downtime soon, probably.
Right. So my answer is I'm just looking into.
You're not
different-
sure what you want from it, but you do want some utility for yourself, magic-wise.
Okay.
That is your answer.
All right.
All
I
right.
don't know what I want. Just looking for utility.
All right. Moving back.
No, but
We return.
oh no,
Hello!
Hello.
we're talking about them.
We were talking about you.
Of course you were.
No, they
Yeah.
weren't. Probably talking about food or something.
Maybe.
That's what the conversation usually devolves into.
Yeah. You're
I
not
am
wrong.
drinking a monster Java.
Anyway, Valeria gives her actual answer now that I've helped clear Shreds' brain
Yeah.
and wiped it clean.
Cobwebs.
Give it a good
Needed to-
sponge.
Just needed to clear the cobwebs. Anyways.
It's not really cobwebs. It's just other stuff.
I had to scrub the Walmart out of there.
Yeah. As Walmart did. Anyway.
Alright. Do we get to hear what his actual answer is? Or does he whisper it to Vendelius?
He probably says it.
I do say it.
He does a thing,
Do
guys.
you need me to say it? Have you forgotten already?
You can say it better.
No,
And I
it
have-
needs to come from you. This is your character.
He forgot already.
Yeah.
Oh
No, I
my
think
God.
it's nerves. It sounds like nerves.
He doesn't want to misphrase it.
I don't.
You'll be
Put it as
fine,
best you
say it.
can, and I'll clarify if needed.
I don't. I don't know exactly what I want. I am looking for utility. Yes.
Okay. The Vendelius does quiet for a few minutes as he's contemplating your answer. You want utility? There are some minor spells one can learn without having to become a full wizard.
All right.
You might want to start with learning a cantrip of some sort.
Any specific one you have in mind?
Depends on the utility you need. But for now, turn your attention back to the books I gave you. You'll need to know the basics before you can even use such simple magics, thanks to the ever-loving mother of magic and her weave.
Will do.
Turns his attention back to Lorelei. And you, I have spell books for you to go through.
Oh, how exciting.
Better than being shunted from plane to plane.
I just a blank expression on the face.
And Treads, you worded it literally word for word what you said to me before, so you didn't
Okay.
fuck it up at all.
I'm always worried about fucking it up, Kenneth.
What is fucking up? Ah, you fucked up!
Stop.
Alright, unless anybody else has any conversation they want to have.
Well, other than probably just what's the plan now in the meantime?
Well, I figured once Cerilius finds a way to the Feywild, we go through, find my padre, and see what's happened from there.
Does this mean you're no longer going to be looking into what happened to the city?
I think he might be able to tell us better than we can figure out. I mean,
Would
he
he
is
know?
a druid, and he is from here, and has a lot more into magic regarding the area, I suppose.
I repeat the question. Why would he know?
I'm taking an assumption. I'm hoping he knows.
You remember what assumptions do, right?
You just get me in trouble.
Accurate.
I don't know what happened here. Mom, do you have any idea?
Your mother is just stuffing her face with pastries.
Never mind.
Hey, it's been a long time since she's probably had real food, so fair.
I'm not going to argue. I mean, I don't know. We'll be coming back, I assume. I don't think we'll leave automatically.
Well, how much longer till Cerilius finds the portal?
He said at least a few days.
Okay, well in those few days we could do a bit more digging. Lufir, about the people that got followed. I know the person that I found turned out to be a guard. Did you know of any of the guards?
I would
You
assume-
describe the guard?
Yep.
Okay, it's not... Lufir doesn't know, but his mother does.
Does she answer mid-pastry something?
Oh, well, she finishes eating what she's eating and then wipes her mouth. Hold on. There we go.
Trying to pull up the name.
No. I was actually... fucking spam bot came into the chat. I was banning them.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Nate.
Oh, I know him.
You do?
Yes, Lufir was not the only god-touched born in Yahaha.
What?
There were two others. In Yahaha, there were 3 god-touched.
This including Lufir?
Yes.
And this other elf that was part of the guard was one of them too?
Yes, he was, touched by... I think it's Null? Some dragon god or something. Very, very black hair and crack that opened in his face. Bleeding black ichor.
Who was the
Sounds
third?
There was a red-haired woman. I don't recall either of their names. It's been some time, I'm afraid.
Did she have a tattoo on the back of the neck by chance?
But she had a tattoo. I think Sirilali, a halfling goddess.
Back at player notes, because I know I wrote some of those down.
Well, she was one of the people kidnapped.
Yeah, I think that's.
Oh, yes.
If I'm
Oh.
hearing this correct.
I suppose that tracks, as Lufir was grabbed, and I suppose they were after the god touched.
I have
That's-
something to heart.
Null and Seer.
I thought
Oops.
it was. Wait a minute.
I spelled that wrong.
Oh, that's how you spelled it. Both me and Abyss spelled it horribly then. Because I was looking, it's like, ah, yeah, there it is. Oh, that's not at all what I spelled it as. Okay. Huh. And Lufir, where did you end up after the attack?
I woke up on the ship.
You were alone.
I woke up alone.
No, no one else from your village was on the ship?
Not that I know. To my knowledge, for a long time, I didn't think anyone else survived. I legit thought I was the only one.
Where'd your ship end up?
Memory serves correct, Ogolon.
If you ended up in Overlaw, where'd the other two go? I mean,
Well, that investigation will have to look into the elves.
Abyss.
Yes.
The description of the black-haired elf with the crack across his face is exceptionally familiar to you.
Oh fuck.
He was one of them.
He's one of the sea elves.
No, he's not one of the sea elves. He's one of the group that hunted your parents.
Oh.
Make a history check for me. Now that you think about it, so was she. The last two you're looking for are two elves. And unlike the other two hunters that you've now dealt with, both of the elves were wearing similar clothing. Under their cloaks, they had red and black robes.
This is awkward.
very awkward.
Very, very familiar red and black robes.
Oh. Wait. I need to see if Abyss mentions anything.
That's all. I was
I
waiting
was
to see if
checking
there was a
fucking-
response, but
I can't remember who had the red and black cloaks.
the jester and the
Jester!
wizard.
I forgot about the jester.
That's why I went, oh, but I didn't want to say anything until you did, because I'm trying not to medicate.
Well, at least it wasn't as bad as mine. Just like,
Fuck, there's part of the fucking wizard man.
Yeah. His whole bullshittery thing.
Yeah, the paladin. But
Yeah,
he
the
wasn't. The
paladin.
paladin wasn't in robes. He just had the same color scheme under his armor.
That means I know their names.
Yes, the wizard in the ice place, Ronnie.
Yeah. The wizard was the the guy that we fought. It's been a few weeks.
What drugs? Oh.
Okay. So, Abyss, do you mention any of this to us?
Yes, I know those two. They're the other two that killed my parents.
Oh, that's awkward.
It's Trixa, Leaf Leader, and Patrick Dunswall.
They were taken from Yahaha and became assassins?
They're
Assassin.
more, I guess not really assassins, more of like the same group that's with the Jester and the Wizard.
Wait, what makes you say that?
They had the red and black cloaks that they had.
Oh, that makes things more interesting?
See, magic fuckery is afoot.
Very much magic fuckery is afoot.
Magic fuckery is always a put.
Better than
It's
being
always
a
a
hand.
You know what I mean.
This gets weirder and weirder and weirder.
The weird part
Um,
is you don't remember him being an elf. Patrick was a
remember-
human.
Yeah.
He didn't have elf ears. His skin was paler. But he had that same crack and the same black hair.
And he did clearly look elven to me, right?
Yes.
Okay, just double checking.
That is the only strange discrepancy.
And this was like, and its elfness was 100 years ago. So something has to have happened between him in the village and him with my parents.
I
That
mean,
somehow,
he could have
he
just
could've-
gotten reincarnated like Lufir.
yeah.
They're throwing around reincarnations. Bullshit.
Hey, possible.
Anything's possible for a possible.
Now we just have to wait for its earliest, really.
I mean, is there nothing else we can glean from
Well,
the echoes?
I'm sure we can do much more investigations while we wait.
That was my thought, is maybe we should. Now that we don't have to go to the park again.
I mean, we could.
But should we? Should we?
I did always like the park.
Ah, see?
The park is not that, it's not a good idea right now.
It wasn't last time, at least.
Uh-uh.
It's where we fought the undead Matra.
Hmm.
There was a, and he's like trying to remember the names. A Bodak and a Deathlock and Graves.
Oh, you fought a Bodak.
It was not fun.
It was not fun. It was not fun at all.
We didn't particularly see that this time when we were following your echo.
Thank God, no.
So I say we go back to the back.
Go back to the what
Park.
park?
I mean, worst case, we run away screaming.
That is not necessarily worst case. Things might catch up. I mean, did you see how fast that freaking wraith flew at me?
I mean, it's flying. So yeah.
So yeah.
I stand by what I said.
I mean, how does everybody else feel?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Doesn't matter to her.
Yep.
Okay.
Doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter to me.
I made up
If you guys are gonna go to the park, I can stay here and study unless I'm needed.
Or no.
No,
you
we
can come
probably
and be
could
the rest
use
of
you
us.
because, you know, if we end up in a fight, we kind of need our healing. I can only do so much.
Lorelai just pulls out the flute rather than sighing along, just blows a really weird sighing note into the flute.
Mournful greeting.
Okay, have a visitor.
Okay.
Come here. Come here, child.
Stop, Evan.
Baby.
She was literally knocking on my door.
She's learning.
She's learning. Well, she already figured out that if Mama is not in the living room, Mama
Hey.
is in her room.
Maybe soon she'll develop the dog tactics where she starts banging on the door.
She already
Just
started
unlocks
that.
the, sorry, I mean like unlocks the door.
I've already joked with Zelda enough times that one day we're just gonna wake up one morning with a pair of little eyes just staring at us from the edge of the
Hello,
bed.
mother.
Yeah, LJ's done that and scared the shit out of me and Nikki.
It is
Hey,
time to
Calm
awaken.
down.
It's time for food.
When's breakfast?
Oh no, I wish it's like that. Like he's woken me up on one occasion. It's like, hey, Ronnie, I did a thing in Minecraft.
That's at least kind of cute.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
until
built a
you,
house.
Like, do a thing in your pants from it.
He did a thing in Minecraft and you did a thing in the bed.
Yeah, required a shower and a change of bed sheets.
Anyway, unless there's any other conversation anybody wants to have.
No, any woozles. So,
Alright, you guys all excuse yourselves after dinner and find your way to your rooms.
Oh, it's a bread.
Your mom accompanies you to your room, Lufir, and helps tuck you into bed. And
Thank you.
I'll only do it the once.
I mean, given the situation that's happened, I can't say don't do that because, yeah.
Last I was here, you were still a young elf, so...
Yeah, that's true.
But still, just for this once.
This was.
She lays onto the bed and cuddles up with you for a moment.
It's good to see you again, Matra.
You've been through a lot. Earned your freedom through cooking, of all things.
It was something.
And now you're a member of a secret cult of werewolf people.
I mean, it was that or going down the magic route, and I'm not very comfortable with magic.
I don't think it would have gone well for you.
No.
ouch.
What? It's true.
Doesn't exactly have great fucking casting stats, just saying.
I know, still ouch.
He had a negative charisma for a bit there.
Not
Just a
fun.
little bit.
And they don't exactly have a lot of wizards in Ogrelal. Anyway. Well. You're on an adventure. Making friends with other God-touched. Hunting other God-touched.
The whole god thing is still very confusing.
Well, we never really explained it to you when you were younger. You were still a child.
That and running into others who were touched and
The god
Fighting.
touched have been around since the gods died. It's not anything new to the world or to elves.
Did you hear that we fought the dragon?
I did.
It's not,
Saloon said it was a very sad experience.
No, it's not fun. No, it's, more
I've
of
also
a-
been told you'll be fighting another.
Oh, I don't want to hear this. He just, like, stares. I'd rather not.
That's sometime in the future. Saloon said something about elemental plane of air or something.
Huh.
Saloon's very talkative, by the way.
She happened to mention, how not to die.
But she only told me things that have already come to be. And you do, I believe Abyss told you all about having to fight another dragon.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so you're aware of
She
what
did.
she's referring to.
Because we were talking about the fact that we have to go to other elemental planes, including air and fire.
We're going to refer to these moments as Lufir brain. It's going to be an interesting time.
You're going to live a very strange life.
I mean, I hope so. I don't want to die again. Don't know if we'll be bringing me back.
Well,
Or
and she just kind of motions to herself as she stands up. Death is not permanent. And
Well, I know
besides,
that.
there's a life after death. A sort of life.
Just don't want to come back as a kobold.
Oh, but they're so cute.
I don't want to be cute. I
little
want to be
lizard
alive and
people,
useful.
only like 3 feet tall, and they scamper around and do their little tasks.
Like, I hold my hand up to 3 feet. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no.
I'm told some of them can even breathe like the dragon ancestors. And fly!
I mean, we already have someone who flies. I don't particularly like heights.
You
You're
grew
not
up
good at
in
swimming either.
treetops.
I did.
Coward.
Squeak.
You
that
are
was
aware
me translating for the baby.
you are aware that you grew up in treetops.
I'm
Right.
aware. And judging from what we saw last night, I was not the one who bounded to the treetops in the werewolf form. So I'm not used to heights like that.
Yeah, your father is very used to them.
I mean, hopefully you can teach me that, because that'd be great to know.
It's all about knowing where you're going.
I remember the first time I transformed. It was scary. No, it does not sound fun.
It's very fun.
It's real fun. Right up until someone casts fucking, what is it, Earth Shackle, the second level spell?
Earthbind.
Yeah, Earthbind.
I mean, nobody's done that yet, so we should be fine, mostly.
Yeah.
More the issues when you deal with other flying things and you get knocked out of the air. Yes, child?
I agree with the Babette.
More cats.
No.
And now there are dogs involved.
Oh no.
She's very excited.
Now it needs other kinds of dogs. Like bats and seals.
You
Sky
should've seen
dogs
earlier when there
and
were
water
squirrels.
dogs. Squirrels,
the
tree
dogs.
dogs.
Tree doggos. I mean, Rachacha is bigger than a doggo at this point.
True.
No.
Oh,
not D&D dogs, at least.
Okay. Oh yeah, because he's considered medium size. Yes, child.
Whee!
Good job.
Good job. Good job.
Meanwhile, my child's sitting here playing with cryptids.
You have triggered my
Oh
tonight.
no, you're
She
playing
likes
with
to
the
hear-
Eevee Pez.
She likes to hear about the squirrel.
Yep. Oh, you trying to give Mama a kiss?
Okay.
Your mother finishes tucking you in and says goodnight and heads out to go to her own room.
Good night, Matra.
You all have another night's rest within the magnificent mansion. Starting to feel a little spoiled by the splendor of the rooms you are in.
Oh my god, we're
Except for
actually sleeping
Lorelei.
in a bed!
especially Lorelei. This is like 50 times more luxurious than anything you would have known.
Oh,
So I thought I was still being.
We're
forced to
talking
be-
like satin or velour fucking sheets. Thread counts in the
Helena?
millions.
Elena, stop messing with the mouse.
Because all of this was magically created. He didn't have to, worry about paying for it or anything. He just made what he wanted. And drows are used to living in luxury.
Okay then.
Well, depending on what kind of drow. Well, most
Depending.
Loth worshipping female drows are very used to luxury.
Yeah, the female drows. He's a male drow.
And an Illustrae follower.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, you all have a lovely night's rest, and as you awaken, Lufir, you are the first to awaken of your companions. Your mother and Vandelius are in the dining area, already eating breakfast when you arrive, having a light conversation.
good morning.
Vandelius just kind of gives you a little nod. And a kind of stereotypical elven meal is in front of you. Breads, nut butters, all sorts of vegetables and fruits.
I will partake.
Your mom, as you're eating some of the vegetables, she hands you a small bowl of salad, and then hands you a small, a tiny little sake carafe. Sets that in front of you. It's not sake, but it's for the salad.
Go ahead and add it.
Okay. So
Take a bite.
you add the dressing to the salad and you eat it, and it's your mother's garlic vinaigrette.
You don't have to
Garlic.
try to remember it anymore. You could just ask your mom.
I do. I pull out my cookbook.
You're just in the midst of eating, and then, cookbook.
Matre, would you mind giving me the recipe for this?
She gives you the recipe and tells you, you're gonna need some fruits of this kind of freshness, and they'll need to sit for a few days. You're gonna need vinegar, which she also gives you the instructions on how to make vinegar from wine, which is mostly just allowing it to spoil.
Yeah. It's got the ferment. It's going to be fun trying to convince people who saw me recently that I am me again. I mean, didn't visit that many people.
By the time you finished with your simple-ish breakfast, your companions are awake and they all arrive. And the next round of breakfast is brought out.
Morning.
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 Well, I dudes.
No, she's busy eating.
She dukes her good morning and then immediately starts eating.
while the rest of you eat, Lufir, Vendelius, and Lufir's mother are all at the other end of the table, and your mom's having some conversation with Vendelius about magic and the kinds of spells that he uses to maintain the place, everything that's going on in this mansion.
Oh, I guess it's time to go back to the village.
If that's your
around.
plans for today,
Oh, I mean, we could go in a little while. I could practice dancing for a couple hours, and then we can go.
I'm still waiting for when Miss Amartia will be taking me to the pond.
Oh,
I was gonna say, if we weren't planning on going out to Yahaha again, or the city, then I could take Vendelius if he didn't have anything that he needed to do. Because of last time, it's probably going to need to be best if it's like if we have the day free.
absolutely.
Considering I don't know if I'm still wonky or not to prevent time being an issue. Elena.
I mean, yeah, you can take the day off and do this. I'll just stay here and practice. And
Hang on, I've got to worm something out of my child's hair. She got a hold of a headband and then got the tines stuck.
Nice. Vendelius reaches into his robe and pulls out another tuning fork. Well, if we are going, I'm already prepared for... And just kind of clangs it on the table, and it just sounds a normal note.
yeah, sounds
All
like
right.
that.
There, you can have the headband. Just quit getting it caught in your hair.
No.
Anyways, okay. If that works for you.
I've honestly just been waiting on you on this, so...
I mean, fair. I just wanted to make sure we got stuff in town done first, because, to be honest, to me, that's a little bit more of a priority. I could pretty much go to the grove anytime I want, as long as I'm near a
okay.
pond.
I mean, the town, whatever it is, has been going on for years, so...
Yeah, fair.
It will be there well beyond until someone finally deals with it.
Well, hopefully that someone is us.
Hopefully.
But they're
Well
right.
then, you, and he turns to you, Lufir, continue your studies with your dance, and also, I did have an instructional drawing made up for you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Dancing.
He turns to your
doesn't-
mother, just please don't go mad exploring my mansion. Turns to Lorelei. When you're finished with your breakfast, one of the servants will lead you to my private study, and you will begin to pore through the books that contain my conjuration magics.
Lorelei just squeaks and just starts scarfing food into her mouth.
And turns to you, Valeria. I believe your books are still waiting for you on the table.
All right.
And turns to Abyss. I've prepared several locks for you today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just the teacher handing out all the assignments
Pretty much.
before he goes on a field trip.
Mhm.
Wait, won't the manor disappear?
No.
No.
No,
Oh.
the mansion does not function the same as the
Well,
dome.
that's good.
My
Anyway,
apologies.
everybody
The life of
finishes out
parenthood.
their breakfast, and he's waiting for you outside once you arrive, once you're finished, Martia.
Yep.
You make your way towards the pond north of Tellin, and the rest of you commence your day of studies. Abyss, Intelligence, Lufir, Performance, at advantage.
Advantage.
Okay, Abyss, you get one more day. Lufir, you're getting towards having finished learning your dance.
Yay.
Probably another day's worth of study will be enough to finish the dance. The dance lessons.
Dance.
Twitter.
Love dancing.
Dancing. Lorelei, you are led to a smallish study. There's a couple of books all bound in chains. One of them is unlocked and given to you to study. You're not too particularly used to studying arcane books. Most of your magic is learned through practice. So I need an intelligence check to see how well you take to reading a wizard's book.
Mother flutter.
Yeah? Alright.
Apparently really good.
The servant flips to the page that you need, and same as Valeria the day before, it takes some time, but you start to be like, okay, so this spell does something like this, and then this part over here means something like that, and you start to get some of these pieces put together. Valeria, you read through some of the at a pretty quick pace. You start going through the basics of magic books that he gave you. By the end of the day, you probably finished reading 2 of them already.
All right.
Still kind of have that nagging feeling in the back of your mind.
Nagging.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Abyss, you still just practicing with your lockpicks without Valeria's assistance because she's busy, and the ones he set out today are rough, but you're getting through it.
Is the nagging what I think it is?
It's one of 2 things, Shreds.
Gotcha.
And then Amartya, the 2 of you head off to the pond, and we're not going to actually go through the process of the roleplay. Essentially how it boils down is you take him, he spends about an hour tuning the fork to that particular demiplane. And
Ask him in the middle of that, is that going to result in you coming strictly here?
Yes, it means I'll be able, if necessary, to come directly here via my magics. Sort of a, if I need to leave you a note kind of thing.
Yeah. It's good to know.
I'm not good with the whole sending messages.
That's not a thing wizards can do?
It's not a thing I can do.
Oh.
I can
Fair.
send my familiar, but that takes time. And I can send certain other beings, but that also takes time. And I don't imagine I'll ever have a pressing need to get a hold of you.
I would hope not, because I'm not always
This
checking
will also
in on
allow
here.
me to be able to study your corpse flower.
There's the real reason.
That said, you would do well to attune yourself as well.
Just has the blank stare of, huh? I thought that.
And he just kind of
was
motions.
given.
The way that he's tuning it is he has it set in the ground and he just kind of hits it every once in a while. Meditation, child. You may own this place, but you don't constantly talk to it.
I mean, I'm still getting used to this stuff, okay?
One's demiplane is a place where you should be very familiar. That way you'll know when something changes. Yes, grumpy because I'm teaching you lessons. Yada yada yada.
Yes, and acting as if I should already know this.
Because someone should have taught you. And he's motioning towards Fezra, and she just kind of shrugs. Didn't seem important.
See? Not my fault.
A little
I
your
appreciate
fault.
the advice. How is it my fault?
You have to ask the questions. They do not like to give answers freely.
If I don't know that it's a problem, how am I supposed to ask a question I don't know I'm supposed to ask?
Magic, usually.
Her magic doesn't work the same as his. His is arcane, mine's nature.
Technically, yours is divine.
Technically, yes,
It's fucking
but only technically.
There are two kinds of magic, arcane and divine.
3 kinds. Fuckery.
No, that's just magic in general. With that, she'll.
He
If he
leads
seems
you
to be
in
taking more time.
meditation.
Yeah. So I was
And
thinking,
just occasionally, ting, ting. It's the same note as before. It doesn't change. But it just over and over, ting, ting. And after a couple of hours of meditation, he takes it
And
up out of the
tinging.
ground. Hold on.
She kind of waits for a second. Looks about. Does she feel any different?
Yes and no.
Ah,
You don't particularly feel a change, but you do feel aware of everything that's around you. It's sort of like having blind sight.
okay.
You're aware of everything that's around you, even if you don't physically see it.
Cool. Good to know.
He casts a spell, and a small chunk of iron just appears on the ground nearby, out of your visual range, but you know it's there. You don't hear it, you just know.
She'll look in that direction to see if she can see it.
Oh yeah.
Huh. That's weird.
Then he dismisses that, and he casts a different spell. And you sense a person's presence, but you don't see them.
She looks in the direction she senses the presence, squints, and is like, "Did you summon another one of your servants?"
You watch as a small flower gets plucked, and it's just held in place where you're looking.
Ah, that answers that question.
Well, seems your meditation worked. Time to go. And he just waddles his way into the water.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
I mean, he's wearing robes, and once they get wet,
know.
it is hard to walk through the water like
Yep.
that.
And now there's tea in my grove.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully Fezra will be happy with that as well.
She seems unfazed.
Yeah. Did she ask for any other plants?
Not this
'Cause I would
time.
have asked her if she wants more. Okay.
It's still pretty early in the day by the time you arrive back to the mansion.
Comfort.
Probably about
Cool.
2 p.m. Which means you did lose some time, but not nearly as much.
Not nearly as much, yeah.
By the way, because I'm aware of these things, technically speaking, we weren't on your demiplane at all.
Oh, then what was that place?
What I mean is, as far as out here is concerned, we were never there. That's all.
I'm struggling to follow what you mean.
He takes you inside and sets you in like a small foyer seating area. Because I attuned to your demiplane with my fork, and he tings it, and it sounds like wind blowing through a grove, but no longer plays. I may have done a little bit of temporal funny business. You sent us in, and it took about 6 hours to get there. So I just made it so that when we came back, it would be the same point. Essentially, as far as this world is considered, we teleported somewhere and arrived right back at the exact time that we left. That's all.
That actually makes me wonder, because that didn't always happen before.
You weren't weakened before,
So that's just gonna have to get fixed with time.
I imagine, and you might even be able to control it to an extent. Say you needed to be a week from now and you just don't have anything to do for the week. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you could jump ahead.
Impatience, that's why.
Or if you just want to claim that you can live forever.
Not interested in that right now. Maybe someday, but not now. Living forever sounds kind of sad.
You get used to it. And he gets himself up, and I'm just going to go make tea.
Go ahead. You now have the tea you wanted.
Alright. The rest of you finish your day's worth of training, arrive for dinner. Vendelius and Amartia have returned.
Back.
Hey, we're not as late as last time. Ha ha!
Okay, thanks, Windows.
Oh,
What happened?
I just got a very loud notification from the Microsoft Store.
Beautiful.
Wonderful.
Wunderbar. How was the trip?
Interesting.
Fine. How was it seeing a lamp head and a corpse flower in the same place?
It makes sense to an extent.
Most of the time I stop trying to make sense of anything. I just go with the flow.
The only person not present at the table is Ms. Morcan.
Oh no.
She got lost.
She got lost.
More doors.
As you all eat and finish your meal, she does arrive finally.
Did you
Why
get
not
lost?
again?
No, I lost track of time.
Ah.
So there was a bit of a loss, but not the one we were worried about, so win-win.
womp womp.
I mean,
Mother takes a seat and starts eating. Same as with the pastries, she is just voracious.
I mean, being
I
dead
mean-
for 100 years, yeah, I would consume too.
And then resurrected,
Mhm.
so.
She's not been like this with every meal.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh.
Just after she goes to the rooms.
How much time have you spent in there? With the rooms?
Are you asking Ms. Morcan?
Yep.
Oh, what time is it?
I tell her what time it is.
It's like 7 o'clock. And what time did we have breakfast? About
Oh,
11 hours.
Oh,
I found a very good room.
Do I want
What-
to know?
Probably
What
not.
sort of rooms are you finding?
Oh.
And before she can answer, Vendelius is just like, I have a lot of rooms that are for purposes of loneliness, for purposes of spiritual healing,
I,
meditation, things like that.
I simply look at him, look at my mother. Oh no.
Not that kind of loneliness.
Mhm.
Amardia does not fully understand. She's kind of like, it's.
Imagine being in a room surrounded by hugs from people that you care for.
Ah! I mean, I just go outside and hang out with the animals. At least that's what I used to do back home.
There's room for that too.
Oh, there is.
There's a demi-plane room that is basically just a forest.
That sounds like a wonderful
Lufir, your mom's just like, I want to see that room next.
Same. They might join you on that one.
No.
Why?
I don't need you having more ammo to use against me.
I have enough ammo as it is. I mean, if your mom shares more, I will happily use it. But honestly, I don't need to ask.
The embarrassing stories of my babyhood.
Well, you mean as you are currently?
So what is the plans for tomorrow?
What are the plans for tomorrow? That's a good question.
Depending if Sibelius is back, then that. If not, I would like to go back to the village and do some more poking around.
Actually, and I'll turn to Abyss for this one. Have you heard anything from Cerilius?
Not that I can
He's
recall.
kind of been checking in occasionally, telepathically with you.
Oh,
He hasn't found any portals.
hasn't really found anything yet.
Okay.
He does inform you that he's eaten several animals, and he
Good
found
to
a
know.
really good store of. Someone has been storing a lot of maple syrup.
Oh, if you wanted maple syrup, I guess I could have just maybe seen if I could get some from my grove. Maybe. Is that a thing? Is that a thing I can do? And she is thinking out loud.
Vendelius is just not even looking up. He's in the midst of studying some of the liquid he took from the corpse flower. I imagine you could produce as much as you wanted, although I'm not entirely sure on that.
Well, neither am I. I'll have to test it, considering there's more stuff I still need to learn about my grove.
Always learning, always studying.
So
That's
the
how
way it
you
is with-
grow.
That's true.
He has a point.
He does have a point.
He just kind of looks up at all of you as you say that. It's almost like I've lived for thousands of years.
No,
like it,
really?
huh?
We didn't know. Shocking.
Continues using his alchemy kit to study the liquid from your corpse flower.
Speaking of my grove, she's actually gonna think about it for a second and then kind of see if she can concentrate on it. Did the meditation help with that at all?
You
or-
still have the same kind of blind sight sense of your grove, almost like you were standing in the middle of it.
Okay. She's kind of just like staring off into space a little bit as she's concentrating and goes, "This feels weird." Shakes her
The
head.
real thing that
goes
feels
back to normal.
weird is while you're in the midst of that, Fezra smacks a nearby tree and you feel it.
She'll flinch suddenly like she's been smacked, just like, what the hell?
Fezra might be there to assist you, but she's still a fae.
Yeah. She'll actually put her, Fezra, what did the tree ever do to you? And yes, this is out loud if anybody wants to comment.
Are you okay there?
know the saying, feeling someone walking over your own grave?
Sure.
I just felt a fae slap one of my trees.
I think there's a potion for that.
Ms. Morcan suddenly chimes in. Walking over your grave is something you can feel.
Oh.
I don't know if I ever wanted to know that, and I'm still not sure after now knowing that.
Well, I mean, I guess you're glad to know it now, because now you know not to
Only
walk on somebody's grave.
Fair.
And Vendelius chimes in. Technically, the entirety of Yahaha is one gigantic grave, so take that as you will.
Soon, Tony. Too soon for 100 years.
Too soon.
So much soon.
Could have been worse. Could have happened
have.
yesterday.
Could have been.
Alright. So you guys tomorrow you're gonna head to Yahaha again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the plan. Do we know what exactly we want to do while we're in Yahaha?
Not particularly. We figured out what's going on a little bit, but
I don't know if we fit. I mean, we still have no freaking idea what the replay is. We know at least a little more about what went down with the attack.
Your mom chimes in again. You probably won't find the source of Yahaha's issue in Yahaha.
if you know,
You might find clues, but as far as Saloon said, the issue is an outside thing.
there's probably not much we can do in Yaha then.
I mean, there might be some lost treasures and loot to find, depending on whose house you're searching through, but...
Like your box.
Oh, not quite what I meant, but yes. I was more referring to magic items, particularly ones that are strong enough in magic that they wouldn't disappear. And Vendelius chimes in, oh, I kind of beat you to most of that.
I'm not shocked.
He was just kind of there for the taking.
It was just there. Might as well.
Valid.
Fair. Very fair.
I offered prayers to whoever the previous owner was, and then he kind of snaps a finger, and one of the servants comes in through the door carrying a book. Everything I found is in that collection. Weapons, some armor, an orb.
Orb?
Yes, like a crystal ball kind of thing. It's a couple of wands, a staff, lots of druidic things for the most part.
There are probably a lot of druids in town.
I would.
I mean,
So-
arcane magic was pretty rare in your town. There might have been like a couple of bards, but
Yeah.
it was mostly divine magic. It's druids, a couple of clerics.
Well, at most we might find some clues, but it looks like Yaha is going to have to suffer its effect for a while longer.
Well, if the problem is outside of Yahaha, where do we want to look to see if we can delve more into where the actual problem is? You've already checked it. The area is magical, right? And this is to Vendelius.
Yes, the entire area is surrounded in necromantic magic.
Any other outliers of any magic, to be honest?
That's mostly how I found everything in that catalog.
Fair.
As far as detecting any magic outside of the boundaries, nothing. I didn't find anything close by. There's an area that the people in the port seem to avoid, the Deadlands or something.
Other than the name, because that feels a little on the nose, is there a particular reason why?
Oh, it's just an area where everything's dead.
Just
Dead.
okay.
Just completely
dead.
dead. Animals that enter into the area die within an hour or so. The
I assume that
trees and
happens to
plants are all
people too?
dead. I wouldn't know. I
Didn't check.
I sent my servants in, and they died. I'll put it that way.
It's like a smart way to go about it. Wait, why is it like that?
Miss Morcan just kind of... Well, it's been like that since before I was born. Something about Orcus's last sanctuary, or his last footprint, something.
Who?
Orcus, demon god of undeath and undead. We just believed it's the reverse of hallowed, cursed lands.
I mean,
Wait,
that's-
Orcus is a god of undeath, right?
And the undying.
That and the undying. Isn't that what the Bodax related to? You know, the one that almost kicked our asses.
I mean,
They're either created by Orcus, what was the other? Vecna, or other gods of undeath and undying.
so to make the most
Technically
sense,
speaking, a lich of great enough power could create a Bodak. The Dreadlord.
Oh no, how dreadful.
A Dreadlord, like, I don't know, Strahd.
Ah,
No. I do not need to be reminded of that bitch.
we don't need a Dracula here.
No. Why? We've got Lon Chaney here already. Just see you two duke it out. That's fine. Anyways.
Huh.
Just... I don't know, maybe.
But it
something
is
to
a
do with the Bodax?
particularly dangerous place. Shall we say, the last time a druid attempted to enter, or a cleric, they left feeling very drained. They did survive the journey, but through all of the attempts to hollow the lands, didn't gain much ground.
Huh. That's lovely.
To be a paladin.
You could have chosen Paladin.
I could have.
Made for a very interesting story. Well, definitely probably not going to want to go to the Deadlands then, because none of us can deal with that.
I mean, a few of us have already dealt with death.
Yes, I don't think that makes you immune to the
No.
Deadlands. And I may have parents that are druids, but I ain't druid enough to help you.
I mean, that's fair. That is fair.
If you want to go into the Deadlands, you'd probably just want to find yourself some divine protections.
That would be in the form of...
A protection against good and evil.
Hmm.
Oh. I don't know that spell.
Not a particularly hard spell. I have access to it.
Oh.
If that's where your journey takes you next, I can have some scrolls prepared.
I mean, that would be nice if you're able.
Might not be a bad place.
It'll
to
take me a few days
Uh,
to find the materials and make my simulacrums to make the actual scrolls.
If there's anything we can do to help you prepare.
It's not something that's easily made. Creation of even minor magical things take time, and a scroll is no different.
Perhaps we can be on our adventure to the Fey Wilds before that is done.
Perhaps this is one option. You could also... There are places in Yahaha I have not been. Could go
Like what?
searching for other artifacts of things left behind. I steered clear of religious places.
Oh,
It's...
a clue. Could be something if they're still standing.
At the very least, there might be some relics, some magic things. Anything interesting, perhaps.
Hey,
And if you bring anything that I find interesting, I'll be willing to trade.
Matra, could you tell me where are the religious places?
Oh, well, there are 2 churches, but they aren't to any particular god. Instead, one church focuses on gods of the day, and the other focuses on gods of the night. The ones in the day would be... there is a statue to Pelor. We also have statues for numerous elven gods. Coralon has a very prominent place in the day section. Gods of the night include Saloon, of course. The Raven Queen has a statue. Just a place of general worship. Although they do lead into the Undercroft area.
Undercroft?
Yes, while rare, there are non-elves in Yahaha occasionally. Well, there were. And they prefer interment to be a more private thing. Caskets, sarcophagus.
If I had a map of the area, could you point out what it is?
It's not hard to find the church, dear. Especially with the illusion thing, necromantic, whatever.
Keep that in mind, thank you, Matra.
The easiest way to find it would probably just be to find a priest. Find
You
a
mean-
priest, then the church will be nearby.
Do I recall seeing a priest while we were walking around the illusion before the attack?
You weren't paying that much attention,
That's my point.
but you are familiar enough with the town that you, at the very least, you have a general idea of where the church is. One of them.
I think we should do that tomorrow. We to avoid going to the park, going to the automatically dead place. We'll look for some places, some churches, maybe look for some artifacts. Maybe the Undercroft if you're lucky.
Yeah, that sounds like a solid enough plan.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll find some clues or some really nice knickknacks. Who knows?
Or some very interesting knickknacks that you can trade.
That too.
Well, in that case, I'm going to continue my studies. Good night to the rest of you.
Good night.
Enjoy your studying of corpse flower liquid. Just
Mm-hmm. Your mother gives you a hug goodnight and then heads not towards the bedrooms, but back towards the hall of doors.
I'm tempted to follow.
That's on you, mate. I'm going to bed.
I'm very tempted.
You're the one who can stay up late.
I can. I'm gonna try and follow Nate.
Okay.
Blarg.
Follow your mother and... Oh, okay.
I mean, no offense, Matra, but I was just curious to see what rooms you were going to.
She leads you to a door and opens it up, and you see it's just an empty room with the equivalent of a beanbag chair in it.
I
The
mean,
lays about room.
Go ahead, go sit down.
I go ahead and sit down.
Sit in the beanbag chair, and she shuts the door. And you feel hands and then arms as you're surrounded in hugs.
Oh, this makes me feel weird.
Some of them are your friends.
Oh no.
Illustrae. That drow girl from the werewolf village.
Nope.
Just hugs. Lots and lots of hugs.
Yep. Too emotional. No, thank you.
Your dad is coming towards you as you stand up, and they all fade.
Nope. I understand why you want to be here, and I am very sorry for interrupting your time.
Alright then.
I wish you the bestest of nights. I give her a hug and a peck on the cheek. Get plenty of rest, and I will see you in the morning.
She gives you a pat on the back and goes into the room and closes the door.
Don't need this before bedtime. I'm going to be crying like a baby.
You all find yourselves to a night's rest.
Da-da-da-da.
And as you awaken for the next day to head back towards Yaha, we're going to end session a little early
Ba-da.
so that I can flesh out some more of the Undercroft.
Woo!
That works.
That was fun!